Okay, I think I'm going to go for it, guys. What do you think? Should we get this started?
Works for me.
All right, I think that's a great idea. Okay, so welcome everybody. My name is Renee Rudder, and I am the COO at FRSecure. I'm super happy to be here as the MC for this year's virtual Hacks and Hops event. Like Joe was saying, that's not always the easiest, but we're going to try and make it as fun as we can. We're happy to have everybody in attendance, whether it's your first Hacks and Hops or you've been here since the beginning in 2018. So we hope that the event is valuable to you, and we hope that you'll come back for many years to come and spread the word. So we have some good sessions today with experts from all over leading cybersecurity organizations, as well as some brilliant people on our own team who are integral to FRSecure's operations. So a big hello, if you could turn your cameras on, to our speakers, which is Evan and Aaron, Tony, Amanda, if you're on, Mike, Pinky, Oscar and Sonu, Tim, and Mike Kennedy. If you guys just give a little wave, you'll be hearing from all these guys later. So right off the top, what we want to do is just express our gratitude and appreciation to our sponsors who are making the event possible. And that includes Red Canary, Mental Health Hackers, Lockton, Arctic Wolf, and Ostra Security. It's fantastic to be fixing the industry together, guys. So to everyone else, during the event, you'll hear from some top experts in our community as we discuss topics like building a security program from the ground up, ransomware, mental health in our cybersecurity industry, staying ahead of threat intelligence, cyber insurance, MSSPs, and more. So before we get started, the housekeeping stuff. We are going to start each session on time. You can relax your copious note-taking. You will get a copy of the presentation. I won't be telling jokes in between because it's kind of lame and I pretty much stink at it. Besides, there are some really smart people to listen to instead, I promise. If we end a session slightly early or ahead of time, we're going to use that time for transition, chatting. If you do step away, I'll be barking out a warning about 3 minutes before we start each session, but you're on your own to get back in front of your screen on time. Chats will be moderated throughout each session. So just submit your questions or chat to the chat or the Q&A because all the speakers do invite your interaction. And speakers, we got your back. You've either got people at your own organizations or FRSecure folks, including some of our FRSecure consultants lurking in the background. So keep those chats moving. I'll be also keeping time, so you can count on everybody staying on course. Word is I'm pretty good at this. Apologies to the speakers in advance if I do interrupt you. You have to skip ahead to get on track, that's okay. Again, all the attendees will get a copy of your presentations. And some of the speakers might even have a few polling questions, by the way, in case you're into that kind of fun. And a final survey won't be coming to you until afterwards, and that will be an email. And of course, your feedback is super helpful. So enjoy. Remember, we are recording, plus you get that info packet with your registration. So let's get informed, engaged, enlightened, and begin our day with a welcome from FRSecure's founder, Evan Francine, followed by an opening keynote from Joe Scargill, the special agent in charge of the Twin Cities Secret Service. So Evan, a few words.
The key word is a few words, right? Or keywords are a few words.
You know the drill.
Yeah, I do know the drill. And if I get off ranting a little bit, my apologies, and you'll reel me in. So good morning to everybody. It's really cool to be here. These are always kind of the most awkward things for me because I enjoy sort of fixing things, which many of us do, I think, in this industry. My name, if you don't know me, I'm Evan Francine, CEO. And owner, partner, whatever of FRSecure and Security Studio. If I could, I'd love to personally thank everybody for attending today. This is really cool. This is part of our, building community. I'm wearing my hat because I was hoping to be in Nashville with you guys in person, but this COVID thing gets in the way. When you think back, and by the way, COVID is what does this. I think I looked better before COVID, but now I'm stuck with what I look like now. Lots of things have happened over the last few years with COVID. You'll hear some of the stories, I think, from some of our speakers. I'm really excited myself to listen in and learn some things. This is our third year for Hacks and Hops. We've done 4 sessions, our 3rd year. And like I said, we were excited to be down in Nashville, but we're doing this remotely. I think just they use those words, abundance of caution. I don't like those words, but that is kind of what we're doing, just making sure that the people stay as healthy as possible. Our mission here at FRSecure, if you don't know, is to fix the broken industry. That it's not to make a big name for ourselves, make a bunch of money. Those things could happen. The theory is, if you focus on the mission, you'll make money. If you focus on the money, you won't serve the mission. So it's that constant check of, why we're here, what we're trying to do, what we're trying to accomplish. If you look across the industry today, I think what you'll see is we're still adopting technology faster than our ability to use it responsibly. That leads to so many of the issues we tackle still today. And this holds true at work and at home. People are creatures of habits. So the same habits, good or bad, that you have at home are the same things you're bringing into the workplace. And in the last year, with the huge push for work from home, obviously that's taken on another more meaning, I think, through all of this. We're still missing the basics. So we've preached the basics for years. We still need to focus on those basics, those fundamentals. I'm really excited to hear from Aaron Brown and what he has to share and how to build an information security program from the ground up. And we still lack accountability. We're struggling with those things as an industry. I think we're still new in this. So we preach a lot of negative stuff. We're still in this game, even though we're losing. I think we can win. We can still win. And what it takes is things like today. It takes a community. It takes a lot of hard work. In 2021, hard work doesn't seem to be as popular as it was, maybe 20 years ago. But it takes hard work. So all's not lost. Before we get going, I do want to express also the gratitude to our sponsors. These are companies that we love, even though FRSecure is product agnostic. We do that on purpose. These are partners that we've met along the way that share a lot of our same philosophies. So we're excited to work with them. We run into them all the time. We partner well. So those sponsors, again, Red Canary, mental health hackers. Thank God for mental health hackers. I think a lot of us, especially the last year or two, when we've so many things have changed in the world, and it's changed so fast, and so many things don't seem to make sense, at least to me. Mental health is something we can't overlook. We're only as good as our minds, I think. So I'm really excited to hear from mental health hackers. We strong supporters of those folks. Lockton, great place to go for and learn about cyber insurance, which that industry is just shifting all over the place. It seems, from what used to be acceptable to what's not acceptable, what's being covered, what's not being covered. So love Lockton. Arctic Wolf, these are the guys to go to. For sort of all your MDR, what's actually going on in my environment? What do I do about it? So Arctic Wolf, we've been excited to see them in their rapid growth over the last few years, but excited to hear from them. And then Ostra, some of us relatively new to the industry in terms of the company, but the people that run that organization are just amazing. I've been around for a while. I love partnering with those guys. So excited, thankful again for their sponsorship, marching down this path together. And before I keep talking and keep saying too much, I'm going to go ahead and turn this over to Renee, our Chief Operations Officer at FRSecure, and you can take it from here. Thank you.
Perfect, Evan. And you even responded to the "you have 2 minutes left" message I sent you.
I didn't see your message. It was total luck, I swear.
All right, well, we're off on the right foot then, everybody. All right, so next slide is our quick take a peek at the agenda for the day, just so you know what to expect. So we're going to launch right into Joe here in a second, and then we'll hear from Aaron, and then Tony and Mike Thompson will talk again before lunch, and then Amanda will kick off with a half-hour session, and then we'll give you a half-an-hour break to grab some lunch before we get started with the afternoon. And we will be closing things up at the very end with a wrap-up by Evan, so don't miss that. It'll just be about 10 minutes or so, and then we'll all be on our way. So again, use the chat and the Q&A for your questions, and let's get started. And again, please excuse me if I do jump in for timekeeping. 1 minute, you guys, 1 minute. Aaron, are you ready to rock?
I sure am.
That's good. We'll give them another minute and get going.
All right.
You have markers for like halfway points. And
Aaron, now how can I introduce you and talk about your ties when you're not wearing one?
Sorry, I ruined it, Renee.
I got nothing.
I don't even know if I got any pictures of me with a tie in this. I'm trying to be more casual.
Times change, right? Lots of things change.
I still wear the ties most days.
Okay, guess what? It is 10:01 Central Time, so we're going to keep our sessions going. And I am delighted to introduce Aaron Brown. He's the CTO from SeaChange. And he has been working with FRSecure since we were a baby. And we just have a lot of high regard for Aaron and his wisdom and how he runs his companies. And we're happy to have him share with you how he went about building his security program and any tips he might have. We'll be watching the chat for you, Aaron. I think you have your own moderator as well. And we'll allow about 10-15 minutes at the end in case we want to answer some more directly. Sound good?
Sounds good. Thanks, Renee.
All right. Have fun.
Will do. So, yeah, so Aaron Brown, I'm the Chief Technology Officer here at SeaChange. And I've been here since not too long after SeaChange started. SeaChange is a printing, marketing, digital services organization. So we do a lot of printing, we do a lot of mailing, we do a lot of online solutions, digital content portals, email blasts, text messaging, personalized web pages, a lot of that kind of stuff. But a lot of our clients that we work with are in the healthcare industry. We do a lot of financial work. We do some check printing. We do some packaging work. We also do ballot printing and vote by mail ballot mailing. So a lot of different areas and different verticals that have varying security requirements. And so it's one of the things that's really, really important for us here at SeaChange, and we've got a great organization that's very committed to it. So I'm going to kind of talk through today some of what it takes to put that program in place from the ground up, and what are the key things you need to make sure that you're doing as you go through that process. And you'll hear some of the same themes that Joe shared with you in the last presentation. But before we get started too far down the road here, if we were in person, I would ask for a show of hands and ask if anyone knows what the absolutely required slide that I have to show you for an information security presentation is. A little weird doing it with Zoom, so I won't hear any shout outs, but I'll jump to the next one. So the hooded hacker with the matrix zeros and ones flying by. It's got to be in the presentation somewhere. So I thought we might as well just get it done. We'll have it right up front. You guys can all soak it in, can think about it, think about the bad guys in the hoods, and then we'll get on to the rest of the presentation. So key question we're talking about is information security. So what is it? And I asked that question, and I've watched Evan ask this question many times over the years, and you get a lot of different words, a lot of different thoughts, a lot of different definitions of this. Some of the things that might be coming to mind are on this slide here. But one of the definitions that I really like the most and has helped kind of guide a lot of our program building is one from Evan, and I think it's referenced in the book Unsecurity. If you haven't read that book, it's a great one to get. But information security is managing risks to the confidentiality, the integrity, and the availability of information using administrative, physical, and technical controls. And this is, those of you that are familiar with this statement or this concept, the CIA of security. And then how we go about addressing that really gets down to those administrative, physical, and technical controls. So we're going to get into some of that today. The administrative controls, and a lot of that is more around your governance, your policy, your procedure. How are things happening? The physical security, obviously, those are things we're all familiar with, the door locks, the access cards, the video surveillance, and all the other things that go into physical stuff. And then the technical piece, which a lot of times will end up getting broken out into internal and external technical controls, and kind of looking at those two things from both sides of the coin. A lot of times companies will put a bunch of money into new technical controls and fancy systems. Some of them are really good systems, but if you spend too much focus and energy and money on those things without having a holistic picture, you can leave yourselves some open gaping holes. So ultimately, what we're trying to do here is address risk, right? That's kind of the whole purpose of this, is to address that risk and mitigate it. And as much as we would like to say, yeah, we can completely eliminate it, we can guarantee nothing bad is ever going to happen, the reality is we can't. And so our focus ends up becoming, how do we mitigate it? How do we make sure that we've got the most focus on the biggest risk areas to our business? And how do we close the big doors and close as many of the doors as possible to prevent something bad from happening in our environments? So there's a few ways we can go about this. And there's one way we can take that's a pretty simple approach. And the next slide will kind of outline what that looks like. Let you take a moment to kind of soak that in. Really comes down to two things. It's all the people in the organization and all the people outside of the organization. So could stop there, be done with this and move on. But I think there's some more intelligent ways to go about addressing this. So you're going to hear a theme here that Joe brought up in the last presentation, and it's going to be something that continues. But that third-party risk assessment, and I strongly agree with Joe's comments. You can do this yourself. You can do your own self-assessment of things, but you're going to have gaps. You're going to have blind spots and things that you don't pick up on. So this one, I'm big on not skimping on this one. Hire a professional that knows what they're doing, that knows what they're looking at, and knows where those gotcha spots might be. Where are those things that you're gonna easily overlook, you're gonna be blind to? And when you get that deliverable and that risk assessment back, that becomes your roadmap. That becomes the foundation for your game plan of how you're going to attack those risk areas and really start mitigating them and start closing those holes. Security Studio, there's a really great S2 org assessment that I'm really fond of, and have been using it for a long time. Those of you that are familiar with it, I'm guessing probably like it as well, but it's the results that we get back are based on the kind of a credit score type of ranking. So it's very easy to know what that means. And if I bring it to my management team, the executive team, the board members, it makes sense to them. If I come back and go, hey, we got a report back and we got a 782, they go, oh, okay, we got a 782, good. If I bring it back and say, hey, we got a 640, they go, well, why do we get a 640? Like, where do we need to work on? So it just becomes a really easy way to translate that to other people that are a little bit further removed from the details of it. But the biggest thing, whether it's an S2 thing or it's some other assessment you've got, the biggest thing is you want to make sure that it's covering the administrative, the technical, and the physical controls. Those same things we talked about in the beginning. Those really have to be part of that, and in detail. I mean, you can't. If you skimp on any one of those three, you potentially are leaving holes, and kind of it's one of those you're locking the front door but leaving the back door wide open type of situations. So the governance and the policy. So this is, why do we need to do it? Who's going to do it? How do you do it? This is a really important thing to have foundationally as you're getting your information security program up and running, is who's overseeing this thing, who's involved in steering it and directing it. And it's really important to have an information security oversight committee or some group like that includes your top management and the board members, representation from all areas of the business, including IT, but not only IT. And I've seen this in my past life, that there'll be a focus on, well, security is an IT thing. We don't really need to be that concerned with it, but it's an organizational issue. It's a business issue, and everyone needs to be engaged. And of course, if you have information security professionals on your team, absolutely, they're going to be part of this and help drive it. If you don't, there's also a lot of partners you can work with on the outside that have different services, contractors, kind of virtual participants that can get involved and help out with some of those things. The information security policy, that's kind of the next big item, and that's really the responsibility of this committee or this group to drive these things, to get that set up, and it becomes your roadmap, kind of your rules of engagement for everything that happens. And here again, this is something that if you've got a strong security partner, you got an FRSecure or somebody like that you can work with, it's a really great idea. But whether you do or you don't, it's important to try to build it off of an industry standard framework. So whether that's NIST or ISO or whatever works for your organization, but you want to find one that's going to align with your industry needs, your business needs, and your company's culture. And making sure that you've got that mapped out, that industry standard framework is going to help you make sure that there aren't gaping holes or things you've completely missed, because it's an established standard. It's a body of work that somebody and large amounts of people have put time and energy into crafting to help provide that protection. And it doesn't mean, if you choose to base your security program off of the ISO, it doesn't mean you have to get ISO certified. It doesn't mean you have to kind of go all the way down those paths, but it just gives you that standard framework to be able to build from. And then the processes and procedures, which are critical. And this to me is really, it's a two-layered approach. So you've kind of got your information security policy that sits over top and governs the rules of engagement, but maybe doesn't get down to all of the nitty-gritty specifics. And then the policies and procedures, or the processes and procedures, are going to get into that detail. So, your policy might talk about, we need to do internal vulnerability scans monthly. But it's going to be that procedure that talks about what are the tools we use to do that. Do we run Nessus internally and use that? Do we have an outside company come in and do it? And how that all plays together. So it's really, these things are really tightly integrated, and it's important that they, on both sides, the policy and the processes, that they stay regularly updated. That Joe used the term living document. That's really critical, and that's a big piece of what it is. But then, so you've got the governance, you've got the committee, you've got the policies, you've got procedures you're putting together, but ultimately we need to step back and get to some of the basics. And I mentioned it earlier, but there's a ton of new tools and next gen this and next gen that out there that you can buy and you can implement and you can do all these fancy things. But if you haven't taken care of the basics, again, you're gonna build this fortified steel, super locked up front door with your cameras and your Ring doorbell and all of that stuff, while you've got the back door wide open or the garage door propped open. So asset inventory is one of those really, really big things. And it needs to be current, it needs to be accurate, and it needs to be continually maintained. And this is something where you need to put something in place. You don't go build a super, overly complex, fancy process procedure for doing this. It needs to be something that your team, the boots on the ground people can stay on top of and can keep it updated constantly. You can't protect what you don't know you have. So I'm sure this is something you've heard before. This isn't new news, but if you don't know what you've got, you can't put the proper controls around it. And not just the things that are company owned assets, but what's on your network. What are those BYOD devices? Are they coming in? Or do you have employee stuff? Do you have vendor stuff? Do you have guest networks? How are all those things governed, and making sure you've got a clear visibility into what is allowed and what isn't allowed to be on your network and in your environment. And it can be anything from a vendor comes in and they're working on a piece of equipment and they decide they're going to bring their own wireless router and they're going to set something up within your environment. Can be an employee that shows up and says, yeah, I'm going to plug in my Alexa. How do I get it on the network? All sorts of things that can pop up. But if you don't have kind of that visibility and that control to what's happening, and again, the governance, the rules around what do we allow and what don't we allow, because you don't want it to be a one-off decision that somebody's making every week or every 2 weeks. We're going to allow this, we're not going to allow that. Policy is your guiding light to come back to and say, okay, here it's clearly spelled out. We've communicated it to all the employees. Everyone knows where we stand on this, and it just takes a lot of the question marks and the debate out of some of those types of things. Data flow. is another one. And to make it really simple, know your ins and outs, and document it. And this is, it's network diagrams and those sorts of things, and being aware of your ingress and egress points on your network. But think beyond just firewalls and access points. Is all access that's occurring authorized? How are you allowing it or preventing it? How are you authorizing it? How are you identifying gaps? And where do these gaps come from? Something that you might roll out one day and say, well, here we're gonna allow a digital notebook to be used by all of our sales team, right? And you roll it out and it's just a digital notebook and everything's fine. Well, later the digital notebook, they do an upgrade and all of a sudden they enable automatic syncing to Dropbox. Well, isn't that great? It's so easy for everyone. Well, all of a sudden now you've got an avenue where what otherwise would have been proprietary company documents can now be passed outside to a personal storage share. And if you don't have some way to control that, monitor it, log it, you've now opened up some trajectory for data to get lost and or stolen. So vulnerability scans, penetration tests, and risk assessments really help you identify those gaps. And it's something you need to be doing on a continual and regular basis because the environment is changing faster than ever these days. I mean, all of the new tech, all of the new IoT devices, like everything you buy that's got electricity going to it these days has the high likelihood to be network connected somehow. And if you don't know what's going on there, again, these vulnerability scans, penetration tests are going to help bring visibility to you for those things. And then physical access is also a big part of this. So, at SeaChange, we do a lot of healthcare data, as I mentioned earlier. So we've got PHI, we've got a super secured environment for the PHI, the data flow, it's a segmented portion of the network, it's physically locked down rooms and extra background checks for all the employees that work on those particular projects. But if we all of a sudden allow them to print to a printer that's not within that physically contained area, now we've got PHI that could be getting out to some other area of the business that has really no business need for it and no purpose to be using it or handling it. So there's a lot of things to consider there. It's ultimately about finding that balance, right? When we go back to that CIA, we need to maintain the confidentiality. We also need to maintain the availability. And so finding ways to restrict the information to only the people that need to work on it, but making sure the people that do need to work on it have easy access to it and have an easy way to decrypt those files so that they can quickly do that and work on them without a lot of extra time or labor going into it. So next slide I want to talk about is system patching. And there's like 10 or 11 really key bullet points that I want to make sure you take away from today. This stuff is really, it's really critical. And 10 or 11 things, I know it sounds like a lot to remember, but I think you're going to find it's actually easier than what you might first guess. It's patch your systems, patch your systems, patch your systems, patch your systems. It's a totally basic thing. Everyone can nod their head and go, yeah, we need to patch. But this is something that I see a lot of companies struggle with, and partners and customers and vendors we work with. We're doing vendor risk management, and one of the questions we ask, same thing our customers ask of us, is what are you doing for vulnerability scanning, penetration testing, and can we see those results? And it's something that people start to get into the patching process, or they build a process and a procedure and a plan that's awesome, but it's super complex and it doesn't get followed. And so the biggest thing is to set up a process that's a solid, repeatable process that is something that is going to be easy for your team and your staff to do every day. And if you're a small organization, you got 15 computers in a small office, maybe it is just somebody manually is going around and patching all the software. I mean, that's a viable option as long as you've got it scheduled and you've got documentation of how you do it and that you make sure you do it and you check it with the scans. Obviously, if you've got thousands of computers, you need to use some tools to do that that are going to be more effective. So it's really about creating a process that fits with your business, fits with your culture, fits with how your team works, and to be sure to include everything: the servers, the workstations, the appliances, the virtual appliances. If there's, we work in manufacturing, so we end up with a lot of, it's a specialized system that works with this printing press, or it works with this piece of bindery equipment. And each one of those vendors has different rules of engagement, and we have to keep track of that and understand what that is. In some cases, they go, yeah, go get the patches from Microsoft, run them whenever you want. We're totally fine with that. In other cases, they say, no, we download the patches. We're going to test them within the first week, and then we'll push them out to our repository, and you can get them from there. But we have to know and be aware of all those things to make sure that we're able to keep up. And IoT devices, you're bringing in screens for conference rooms. You're bringing in all sorts of these other things. Do they get connected to the network or do they not? It's a smart TV. I'm sure people want to hook it up so they can, log into their Netflix and stream movies when they're working late. But is that really the best thing for your environment? And if you do put that on the network, do you have a plan to patch those things and make sure that those are updated and firmware is getting updated and all of the details that go along with that? And of course, the OS and all the third-party applications. And sometimes those less common, kind of obscure third-party applications can be trickier to patch because some of the systems you might use to patch those third-party apps may or may not work well for those third-party things. And so sometimes you do have to have that kind of manual workaround to manually patch or manually update some of those things. And then again, repeating theme here today, but conduct regular vulnerability scans to identify the gaps in those processes. If you're not doing that, something's going to get missed because that threat landscape is changing constantly, and it goes on and on. Next thing I want to talk about is information security training. So humans, greatest asset, hands down, without question. True here at SeaChange, the humans are our greatest asset. We've got amazing people that work here. If you take a survey of the employees, like what motivates them, what gets them up every day, what makes them excited about coming to work in the morning, it's the humans. It's their coworkers, it's the team that they work with, it's the people in the other departments. It fuels us, it energizes us. We've got a great culture of positivity and just we have fun here. We do a lot of hard stuff. We work really hard, but we have a lot of fun mixed in with it. Awesome. Those same humans, our biggest risk, absolutely, hands down, no question. So what do we do to address this? I mean, Joe mentioned it earlier. You click on one link, you're in trouble. Like you can put all of these tools in place. You can have all of the firewalls and the IPS and IDS and host-based intrusion detection, all these things happening. But you get somebody that clicks on one link that slips through the system, and you're in trouble. So the information security training is a huge thing. It's something that very often is a compliance requirement, whether that's from a framework that you're adhering to or a certification that you're going for, or if it's something that is being required of customers and part of a customer audit. It's very often, at least doing it annually, is that compliance requirement. But it's really important that you tailor that training to make sure it fits your business. So if you're dealing with PHI, make sure you focus on how do we handle PHI? What is PHI? What does it even mean? What denotes PHI or isn't PHI? Because you can kind of have some of the same data sometimes, but depending on the source it comes from, it could be one or the other. Other PII, definitions of PII, PCI, if you're doing credit card data, if there's financial data, making sure that your employees really understand that. And I don't get into it much in this presentation today, but classifying that data as well and having data classification plan is critical, so people know what processes do we have to follow when, and how is it labeled, how is it identified. So keeping all of that part of that training so that it fits your business and it's not information that really doesn't apply to them. And then make it interactive and fun. That to me is probably one of the biggest things about this. And I know there's different ways companies do this. Some companies will give out tests or quizzes, and they'll pass out, little rewards and things depending on what happens. The tests and quizzes that are part of our security training, I think really help engage the users, and it gets to be a challenge. I mean, people ultimately, I think at their core, like learning new information. And so if it's new information that pertains to them and it's new information that they can really use, that becomes a big deal. They also are doing this at home, right? So I think Evan mentioned it at the beginning of the day, but if people are more secure at home, they're going to be more secure at work. If they're more secure at work, they're going to be more secure at home. Like those behaviors, they don't have clear delineation of I'm here now or I'm there now. So one of the things we do at SeaChange is we also offer a home training course, security information training course for people that they can take home, they can do with their friends, with their family. And it focuses on more home related topics. How do I protect my kids on social media? How do I make sure that my Wi-Fi router is patched or has the latest firmware? Make sure that I've got it configured properly so that there's not a default admin password that's left on. And our employees really appreciate having that. In fact, there's one gentleman, he's retired now, but a few years ago, or probably 4 or 5 years ago, shortly after we started doing a lot of our security awareness training and email phishing and some of this stuff, this gentleman caught me in the hall one day and he says, Aaron, he said, I just want to thank you. I want to thank you for the training that you've given us. You don't realize what a big deal that is. And I said, well, yeah, I kind of do realize what a big deal that is. And I said, well, what's going on, Mike? And he says, I got a call last week from my wife, and she was calling me because she said she got this email and it said that we needed to enter in the credit card number or our iTunes account was going to be canceled and that we had to put a new card in there. And she called me and she was calling me to ask which credit card she should use to enter in to update her iTunes account. And he said, she was asking me and I started thinking about it. And he said, I was about to answer her and all of a sudden it hit me like, we don't have an iTunes account. And he said, I realized this email she got was one of those phishing emails you've been talking about. And he said, I think if I hadn't have been through that training, we probably would have put our credit card information in there and I don't know what would have happened. And I mean, this guy was almost tearing up, thanking me for doing this security awareness training. And I kind of went, this is really cool because we're not only helping protect SeaChange and our customers and our employees here, but this is helping his home life. This is helping protect his family at home. And that's, I mean, to me, that's really what this is all about, is helping to keep people safe from those risks that are constantly out there. So coming back to the training, don't just do it annually, weekly, monthly events. And there's a lot of ways to do this. It doesn't have to be a big, like get everyone in a room training session that you do every month. Emails work really well as long as you don't overuse them, and keep them short and sweet. People's attention spans these days are very small. And short video sessions. We've got a lot of video sessions that we use that are 1 minute, 2 minute, 3 minute, 5 minute videos that it's quick enough. Somebody can look at it. They can do it quick at lunch. And it just keeps the topics fresh in their mind. The other thing that really works well is real life breaches. Sharing that information, especially, if you've got something like a hotel rewards chain, right, that gets breached. And you can share that information with employees and then also share with them, oh, by the way, if this is a program you participate in, here are the top 3 things you should do right away. Change your password, do all these different things. And so that's something that really hits home with people. A little bit of a scared straight thing sometimes, but it's information they really appreciate in those moments when they're concerned and afraid that something might be going on. And again, say this again, keep it fun. The more fun you can have with it. I mean, even around the office, like, we're fairly aggressive in, systems locking and things. And a lot of our systems lock within 2 minutes if somebody steps away. But if you happen to catch somebody who forgets to lock their machine when they walk away, like you can play with it a little bit. You can leave them a funny note. You can, sometimes they'll take a picture of it and send it to the person, lock their computer, of course. And it becomes fun if you make it fun. And so that's just something that that I think is important to keep at the top of mind. And then email phishing. Joe talked about it earlier, but I really believe that regular phishing tests these days are a necessity. I don't think any company should be going without it. And there's a lot of different ways to do it. It's really important to randomize those phishing templates. I remember years ago when you'd have an IT group that would send out a phishing test and everyone would get it at 10:30 a.m. and it would be the same message everyone got, and you'd have people poking up over the cubicle walls going, did you just get a weird message? Yeah, I just got a weird message. That really isn't helping train them. So combining the security awareness training with these regular phishing events, I think is a really big deal. And we do phishing events and randomize them. Every single week, they're spread out through multiple days throughout the week. Every person is getting a different template, getting a different email, and don't be afraid to make them challenging. I know in the past I've had individuals say, well, geez, we don't want our employees to feel like we're tricking them. We want to make sure that they still trust us and all these sorts of things. Really, you're not doing them any favors by holding back challenging email templates on that phishing side, because the bad guys certainly aren't. I mean, we know that. We know, and Joe did a nice job of illustrating this, but it's the hackers aren't, teenagers sitting in their basement trying to figure out if they can play a prank. Like, there's organized crime, and they're focused, and this is all about money, and this is their day job all day long, every day. And for most of us, we've got other day jobs we're trying to do while we're trying to protect the information. So the phishing tests are just a phenomenal way to do that. And there's a lot of really great tools out there that you can use. Not to plug anything, but for us, we use KnowBe4 for both the training and for the phishing, and it just works really well. And then we're able to link that stuff together. So somebody clicks on the link, they're going to get some kind of scary spoof message that says, if this was a real test, all your files would have been encrypted right now. This could have been ransomware. And then they get the pleasure of getting enrolled in some additional training. Unlike what Joe's getting, his hour-long training, we try to keep these sessions to a 5 or 10 minute kind of refresher session. But it's a great tool, and it gives you all kinds of metrics too to measure, and that can be really helpful too, because you can identify then, do I have a certain department that's falling for phishing more often than another one? Do they need some additional training, or do we just need to have a sit-down discussion with them and talk about the risks? Do we have a specific individual that just doesn't seem to catch on, and are there things we need to do there, whether it's more training or a one-on-one discussion, or some additional restrictions or filters on their email thing. So a lot of stuff there. So these to me are a lot of the information security program basics that need to be put together. There's a whole list of other things, and I'm going to kind of jump into a few more slides. Renee, stop me if I'm getting too long-winded here, but
Doing great.
a lot of other important considerations that you need to weigh into this after you've kind of got that foundation built. So multi-factor authentication, two-factor, this has really become a must for public-facing systems. I mean, just even strong passwords people are using, their passwords. I mean, they're ultimately, they're hackable, they're crackable, they're guessable. So this two-factor is really, to me, is on the must-do list when it comes to external facing systems. And then regular backups. You got to do the backups, and you got to test the backups. There's stats out there that say only 34% of companies test their backups. 34%. That to me is terrifying. And it's even more terrifying when you compound that with some other data that's out there that says 60% of companies that lose their data are out of business in 6 months. 60% of companies that lose their data are out of business in 6 months. You got to test the backups. You got to know for sure that they work and that you can get that data back, because you're in bad shape if that's gone. And the more people are transitioning from paper workflows to electronic and digital workflows, the bigger deal this becomes. Disaster recovery, data replication, these things are kind of hand in hand with backups, but they're different. And defining kind of what your rules of engagement are for those things. Your RPO, your RPO and your RTO need to be based on what your business needs are, and those vary quite a bit. I mean, it's interesting because the first time you ask a department manager or somebody, like, how soon do you need this data back, and at what point in time do we need to recover it from? And of course, it's, well, we need it immediately, and we need it from 2 seconds ago. And as you step through the reality of it, that's usually not true. Now, doesn't mean some of the data isn't needed very soon. Maybe it's 2 hours, 4 hours, 24 hours. But immediate isn't always the answer. And when you start to explain to people that, that we can do that, right? But there's a cost to it. And is that cost worth, what happens if you don't have that data until tomorrow morning? Well, actually we'd be okay. We've already kind of know what we're doing for today, and depending on what the disaster is. And then do regular testing. And a great place to start with this is that tabletop testing. And similar to the Information Security Committee, you need to get a disaster recovery team together. You need to have representation from all areas of the business at that table and talk through, what does a disaster look like? What do we do in the case of a pandemic? What do we do in the case of a tornado? What do we do if there's too much snow load on the roof and it collapses on part of the building? Well, it depends what part of the building. Okay, well, let's talk through that. What if it happens over here? What if it happens over there? What if, we're a printing company, we've got all kinds of equipment out there, we've got a lot of different options on how we can still get work done, but they all rely on the air compressor. Well, what if the roof collapses over the air compressor and the air compressor is gone? Does that cut out all the equipment? Does that take away a lot of the redundancy that we thought we had because we've got 3 of the same piece of equipment spread out in the building? It might, but if you don't walk through those scenarios, you're not going to identify those things. Involve your employees, as I said, but also involve your clients and your vendors. What I've found is that clients and vendors really appreciate being brought into this conversation. And if you can get the testing going with them, it only builds their confidence, especially on the customer side. And they view you as an even better partner than they would have before doing that. And it's something that can really make that partnership and that business sticky with your clients, because they can rest assured that there are plans in place if something's to happen. And sometimes it involves, if you've got a setup where you've got multiple facilities, or you've got, a lot of stuff that's cloud hosted and you've got people working from home, depending on what you're doing. In our case, we're manufacturing. Like, we've got really large equipment out in the plant. And so nobody's going to take that $2 million press home and put it in their garage. It's not going to fit. So what do we do if that $2 million press has the roof collapse on it and it's not going to run? We've got, multiple facilities, we're fortunate, but they don't all have the same equipment in them. So in some cases, yeah, we can move some of the work from our Plymouth facility up to our St. Cloud facility, and they can keep working. And the chances that the St. Cloud building and the Plymouth building are going to get hit by the same tornado, pretty slim. But if it's something that's greater than that, or we've got a statewide outage for some reason of something, we've got a lot of relationships with partners, and then we got to get into the vendor management of those partners. If we're doing PHI work and it requires high trust certification, that's great for us, but that partner that we have has to have the same thing, and we have to make sure we've got that business associate agreement in place, and our customer needs to be aware of it. But ultimately, having that discussion with the customer that, hey, if all of Minnesota ends up, in a crater from a giant asteroid, your work is still going to get done, because we've got a partner on the East Coast and we've got a partner on the West Coast, and we've tested and we've vetted, and here's where we're at, and here's the turn times when that happens. We can get the data to them within 2 hours, and your job's still going to go out on time, or it's going to go out, 4 hours later than it would have otherwise. Again, it just reinforces that partnership, but it's all things that you want to be planning for ahead of time. These aren't the things that you want to be trying to figure out and discover in the crisis, especially if you're dealing with external vendors, because you need to have contracts and SLAs in place to make sure that's working. And then conduct a business impact analysis, and really stepping through further extension of some of the stuff I was talking about with the disaster recovery, but really understanding what is the impact to the business? What is the risk in terms of revenue if this division gets hit or that building gets hit versus a different building, and how do we mitigate that, and how quickly do we need to respond if those sorts of things start to happen? So another really important consideration is incident response. You need to have a policy and a plan in place before you need to use it. And I think, Joe shared some of this as well. Hopefully you're not getting too much repeat here, but this really is something that should be driven by that Information Security Oversight Committee. This is a business need. It's a business thing. IT can be part of it, should be part of it, needs to be part of it, but it's not solely an IT issue. So make sure that you're including that business and all the representation from the business. And start it simple. I mean, it doesn't have to be this huge daunting task of, oh, how are we going to do this? We've got a 42-page incident response plan, and we got to get people to understand it, and we got to start it simple. Build a simple process. You can track it in a spreadsheet to get started, but know who your contacts are, know what to do, know what happens in these types of situations, who needs to be involved, how do you contact them? If the company's, if you're not using O365, which probably most people are at this point, but if you've got an Exchange server on site and it goes down, how do you get a hold of people? Do you know their personal emails? Do you have their cell phone numbers? Or are you using a work number that's, an AnyReach number that's redirecting? And what if that system's down? What if Microsoft has an outage and O365 is down? What's your plan then? All these things need to be documented and put together. And totally agree with Joe's comment earlier that partnering with experts really pays off. There's a lot of different, incident response programs out there, registries, other tools that really will save valuable time in a crisis. If something, the stuff hits the fan, so to speak, and you've got a partner that already knows your business needs, already knows your key players, already knows your network and your network diagrams and what systems you have where, they can jump in and help now, rather than you having to spend hours, costly hours, trying to get them up to speed and understand what's going on. So highly recommend doing something like that. And then cyber insurance. So this has become a much bigger deal over the last 4 or 5 years. But you really need to understand what's in your cyber insurance policy and what are those points of engagement. At what point in time do they want to be involved? What information, are they aware of your IR registry? Are they aware of your security partners? And are they ready to work with those partners? And I'm sure Tim will talk about this later this afternoon a little bit, but really understanding that. And again, this is all about partnership. It's partnership with the insurance company. It's partnership with your security vendors to make sure that you're ready. Because again, you don't want to be trying to figure this out in the heat of the crisis. It's just not a spot you want to be sitting in. And then some additional things. Each one of these things could be an entire presentation, by itself. But just wanted to at least touch on it. Log management, it's a big deal, and if you're following any of those frameworks, it's part of it. Like you're not gonna be able to skip it, because it's going to show up in a lot of different places. But the different SIMs, the log collection, make sure you've got a process to review them, fine tuning, making sure you've got all the false positives out of there so you're not being buried with alerts and notifications, but really getting to the meat of things, and know your retention requirements. Depending on what frameworks you're trying to adhere to or what certifications you're trying to achieve, you're going to need to know what those retention requirements are and make sure that you've got a plan in place. And not only about the time frame you need to have that information, but how are you protecting those logs to make sure that if logs get compromised on one system, that they're not compromised somewhere else. I see Renee smiling at me now, so we must be getting close. Encryption and key management, it's another thing. Most companies these days, encryption's, you have to be doing it. And so making sure you've got processes and things solid there. And then vendor risk management, I mentioned it earlier, but making sure that whatever things you're doing, that that your vendors are playing by the same rules and up to the same standards and the same level of engagement. And Security Studio has a really great tool for doing that we've been using for years, that I'm a huge fan of, that helps simplify that process as well. So are we close, Renee?
I think you are close. We want to have a couple of minutes for questions. Are you good with that?
We can do questions. That was my next slide.
Perfect.
You know how in sync we are?
So yeah, well, you know what, Aaron, you did a fantastic job as always. Your culture is particularly fascinating, and I think there were a couple of questions in the Q&A. I don't know if you had a chance to peek at those.
I did.
Yeah, so I think everybody's enamored with that idea and how to really make that work and have the culture be about information security. Do you want to do a closing comment on that?
Yeah, I mean, it really has to start from the top. And I've worked in organizations where the ownership, the leadership didn't really believe in it, and they were kind of passing it off as it's an IT thing. Let us know if we need to get involved. Versus being in an organization where we've got everyone from our CEO down that's heavily involved and invested in it. And I think a lot of it starts with training. I mean, some of the first things I did when I got to SeaChange was I grabbed the executive team and we started doing some training. And there's probably a couple of scared straight videos about how easy it was for someone to have their identity completely owned. But we got the buy-in. I mean, and some of it is, Wendy Brewer, our CEO, is really a strong supporter of our security program and really wanting to make sure that we're doing the right things to protect our clients, to protect our customers, and to protect our employees. And so that really helps. But we started our security committee with our executive team, our HR director, and one of our VPs of election services, and having that group get together every month and talk through security issues and go over results of phishing tests and vulnerability tests and penetration scans. It really opens their eyes, and that group is so engaged in how do we do it better. And I remember one of our early meetings, the VP of election services, we were talking about, well, the policy for screen locking. And I said, some companies do 10 minutes, we can do 5 minutes. He said, certifications we're talking about going forward, we're probably going to need to be at that 5-minute mark. And this guy says, well, why don't we do 2 minutes? It's only if they're not active, right? I went, yeah, it's only if they're not active. So if they're working, it shouldn't lock. And so we ended up rolling out a 2-minute lock, and having the management team support that, and just be happy and excited to explain why we're doing it, and what a big benefit this is, and how it keeps us safe, it keeps our clients safe, and keeps ultimately revenue coming in the door. Employees embrace it. I mean, they do. One or two that are like, geez, that locked fast, but for the most part, they really engage and embrace it.
Wonderful. Well, Aaron, I can't thank you enough for your presentation. I think the chats are being moderated well behind the scenes. We have a built-in 15-minute break right now, but I do have a quick question for you before you take off. In addition to thanking Aaron, and Aaron, by the way, everybody needs to know this. He's one of the most responsive people I know. So if you have a question, I'm sure he won't mind if you reach out to him directly, or any of those other links he's sharing with you on this last slide.
Yep, absolutely.
Again, yeah, everybody will get copies of this. So.
Yep. I also just want to thank we have a new hire, director of information security, a gentleman named Joseph Jakomek, who's been monitoring the chat today during the session. So I'm so thrilled to have him as part of our team, and it's just another step forward for us in further serving our clients.
Yeah, fantastic. So quick question. I'm hoping these chats are going well for everybody. I'm hoping they're working. I just want to say a special shout out to everybody who is behind the scenes moderating the chats, whether it's working with our presenters team or our FRSecure team. Our consultants are behind the scenes. Just want to say thanks to them, as well as our marketing team. If you have any suggestions for us, throw that in the chat now while we take this 15-minute break. Aaron, again, thanks for the smile, and I look forward to seeing you in a tie next time.
And if you need secure printing or any digital solutions, give us a call.
All right, we're going to start straight up at 11 Central, everybody. Take a walk around the block or whatever you need to do to keep that blood pumping. Thanks for staying with us.
Thanks a lot.
5 minutes and counting before we launch our ransomware discussion. 5 minutes.
Hey everyone, Renee, did you have something you need to jump in and say here before we get started?
I will get us started in just 1 more minute. Hi, Pinky.
Hey, how's it going?
I'm doing great. How are you in your fine neck of the woods?
It's awesome. It's really nice down here. Sun's shining. Warm, but not too warm.
All right, don't be bragging now. All right, and you have Tony in the wings for you too. Let me see if I see Tony online. There you are. There you are. I see you, Tony. Okay.
Two thumbs way up.
I'm super excited about this next session. So let's go ahead and get started. You guys have 45 minutes, right? And you're going to explain the title of your slide right from the get-go, I hope. And there'll be chat moderators throughout the whole thing. And then we'll do some Q&A when there's about 10, 15 minutes left, if that makes sense. I'll cue you up just by showing my smiling face. And if that doesn't work, then I'll get rude.
Yeah, you have to get rude. I'm sure we're gonna get into it here. So okay,
well, let's have some fun, and then we're gonna take a break for our mental health hackers when we're all done with you guys.
Awesome.
Right.
Well, thank you, Renee. Yeah. So hey everyone, glad you are here. We'll go ahead and explain the title of the presentation here. This is Ransomware, Evil with Follow-the-Sun Support. So we did title it that because of more of the recent rise in ransomware as a service. And we'll talk a little bit more about that as we go through. But you know, it's just important to know that these are businesses on the other side of this. So we'll go ahead and get rolling here, though. As many of you have probably taken public speaking classes and things like that in the past, you'll know that, you know, giving a speech, you should always start with a joke, right? So we've got jokes today. I know someone was asking for dad jokes earlier. This is close. So why did the hackers get away from the police? And since I can't get crowd feedback here, we're just going to roll.
I know the answer.
I know you do, Renee. I don't know where I stole this one from. So, because they're ransomware, right? Hey, yep, I hear your laughter all the way here. Oh wait, yeah. So I was supposed to pause for the laughter. Oh no, shoot, I wasn't supposed to put this. Okay, I'm sorry. Internal notes, they ended up on the slide. My bad. But since we did do that, we'll bribe you with a prize. So just make sure you stick around at the end of the presentation, and we'll have something there for you. Oh yeah, see, more notes. So who are these guys? I'll let Tony introduce himself here. Tony, if you want to go ahead.
Hi, I'm Tony Lambert. I'm a malware analyst at Red Canary, and I've spent like better part of the 10 years before coming to Red Canary as a sysadmin, desktop admin. So got to see a little bit of ransomware stuff from the generalist IT side of life, and then a little bit from detection engineering, intel, and malware analyst. So I'm based out of the Nashville, Tennessee area, and I'm probably one of the only guys in town that can't hold a tune, don't know anything about music other than it sounds nice from headphones.
Oh yeah, and so Tony and I are we're probably, I guess we're the only two coming to you actually from Tennessee today, where we should have been doing this live, but that's okay. So I'm Mike Thompson. As you heard Renee say, you're more likely to hear me called Pinky around here. There's probably a story there. Ask me about it sometime in person. We can get into that. But I'm the team lead for the incident response team here at FRSecure. So as the third bullet point there says, I'm very intimately involved in nearly all of our ransomware cases here. So that's why I'm doing this presentation. I've been doing this a long time, roughly 18 years. Kind of like Tony, did a lot of IT work prior to getting over into the strictly security side. But mostly in secure industries, right? Government, healthcare, insurance, those types of things. So have always been around it. Always like to point out, one of three participants in our Hacklebox series. So with Oscar Minks, our Director of Technical Services, and Eric Hansen, our Manager for our penetration testing team. That's always a lot of fun if you guys get a chance to tune in. We do that monthly. Whole lot of good conversation. Do live on the side of a mountain in Eastern Tennessee, but from the hills of Kentucky originally. Did have to put in Go Cats. I'm getting this recorded because we may never be here again. We're currently 6-0 in football, and I'm just going to leave it at that. And also, just in case you guys didn't know, I was the 2006 Time Magazine Person of the Year. See, I told you we had jokes today. All right. So let's get on into the actual content here, not just us having fun. We hope to still have fun, but we'll talk a little bit about ransomware. So titled this one Scary Numbers, right? So this is the big scary number slide that everyone always likes to put in. I'm not going to dig into detail on this, just wanted to have these out here for you. And honestly, these have probably changed since I put this slide in. So at the moment, highest ransomware payout was 40 million. Now keep in mind, that's the highest ransomware payout, not the highest request. And that's also the highest one we know about. There are a lot of things that happen that don't always make it out there. So keep that in mind. The average downtime is the other thing I like to cover here. That's marked at 21 days. It all depends on how you term your downtime, right? Is it partially down, fully down, that kind of thing? I will say, having worked a lot of ransomware cases here, it is usually measured in at least days, if not weeks. So keep that in mind. If you do have a ransomware event, it's often not a quick recovery. Costs keep going up on ransomware. Projected to be 20 billion in 2021. I would say that's pretty accurate, maybe a touch low, but for comparison, 4 years ago it was just $5 billion. So those are going up really quickly. And then the last part there, right? Money is money. So this is all sectors are being targeted. I saw a question in the chat earlier about nonprofit. They don't care, right? They want their money. Tony, did you have something you want to add there?
Oh yeah. So talk about specifically like the downtime part and the numbers, like something that I see asked a lot from folks that work inside and outside IT of like, holy crap, like billions and millions of dollars. Like, how can somebody pay this? Well, at the end of the day, it all comes down to a business decision. Like, if you have cyber insurance, if you don't have cyber insurance, does my downtime, requirement here require me to recover extremely quickly? Let's say you're at a hospital and patient care is on the line because of your downtime. We have worked ransomware incidents in the past that were for healthcare organizations. Patient care is definitely something to keep in mind. So like, it's not necessarily just like the downtime of retail or downtime of manufacturing, where every minute of downtime is worth money. Some industries, they have a human cost. Like, some industries do have that patient care, student outcomes, if you're in higher ed, things like that.
Yeah, absolutely. And so that leads us over to our next slide, right? So really well here. It's nothing personal. It's just business. And again, so one of the reasons we titled this "Evil Will Follow the Sun Support" is that these are businesses on the other end of these ransom attacks at this point. I know we talk a little bit more about this moving forward, but it's not your traditional, virus, something that spreads kind of unattended, right? Like, this is an actual business on the other side of this attack. And that's really important to note. And we're going to mention that a lot today, because I think that gets missed a lot in our current discussions about ransomware. I mean, these folks have vacation days. They often work 9 to 5, or at least shift works. There are support lines to talk to you, to help you work through, getting your Bitcoin payment to pay them with, and things like that. Even to the point that, they're using risk models, right? Just like you would if in a business acquisition or something like that. They'll go and use like S&P 500 data to figure out how much of a ransom can you pay. I know we saw that with some of the recent attacks. You guys are kind of here. We know you've got money, so we'd like some of that money, and here's what we think you can pay. And then the other point there, which is the first point, went a little out of order there, but ransom and extortion drive these revenues, right? So it's no longer just, we have your files encrypted, would you like to get those back? We can solve that problem pretty easily with backups and things at this point. But now it's, hey, we took your data, we're going to send that to some people. Would you like to pay us some money so we don't do that? And so keep that in mind too, as we roll on through here. We often get the question, right, who's being targeted? It's a pretty simple question. It's you, or a pretty simple answer. It's you. It's everyone. If you're on the call, you're working for a company, big, small, don't care, you are being targeted by ransomware. Again, this is a business decision. This is something, they're there to make money, just like anyone else, right? You're going to go out and try to get sales for your business. They're going to go out and try to get victims for their business to pay. So, we hear this a lot. I'm a small organization. I don't have anything of value. You probably do. You don't actually realize it. But regardless, if they can take you out, if they can put you down and steal some of your data and extract a payment from you, they're gonna do that, right? They don't care. These aren't, there are targeted attacks, obviously, but a lot of these are really broad, scatter attacks, and just see what we can come back with. And so, this is where we get into really the meat of this presentation. And, Tony and I are going to talk back and forth about a lot of this here, and I really want to let folks know, how these attacks progress, how they go. As we mentioned just a minute ago, it is a lot different than what I think people used to think about. If any of you are from around from the, the WannaCry days and things like that, where this was a sort of self-spread ransomware virus that preyed upon a vulnerability and then that took out systems to look for that ransom. That does still happen, but to a much less degree, right? To a much lower degree. Now we're looking at active attackers. Like I said, there are people on the other end of that keyboard, and they are intelligent people too. They have playbooks, they have, procedures. It is a well-oiled machine. And I know Tony knows a little more about this too, because he's always digging in the malware, but at the moment, sort of the automated virus worm's not really the norm anymore. And just to guide our discussion today too, just throw this in here. We're going to use the Lockheed Martin kill chain. And so you can see there at the bottom of the screen, right? So the phases: the identify and recon, initial attack, command and control, oftentimes referred to as C2 or CNC, and the discover and spread, and the exfiltrate and encrypt phase. And so it's important to keep those in mind. And we're going to walk through each one of those as well, and kind of talk about what happens in each part of that as well. I'm just going to let Tony jump in here as well.
And if you're not used to looking at the kill chain type stuff in your organization, I know we talked primarily about this here, about the kill chain part in this presentation. A lot of this also maps to the MITRE attack framework. So if you ever want to learn a little bit more about how some of the adversary tactics and techniques work, whatever we kind of mentioning, hey, document macros may be used by an adversary on the way in. You can always go over to the MITRE attack website as well and take a look. All right, how do adversaries use document macros? And sort of use that as a jumping off point to learn more about techniques in your org.
Yeah, absolutely. Totally right. And MITRE is great. It's really granular. You can really dig in with MITRE. It's a really cool tool if you've not checked that out. And so, tell me more here. Let's talk about the identify and recon phase of these attacks. Just like anything, your preparation in an attack is going to be, massive, right? So they're going to use what we call OSINT, which is open source intelligence gathering. This is, honestly, it could be as simple as Googling, right? We're looking for documents from your organization. Down at the bottom of the slide here, we mentioned metadata and things like that. Using things like Shodan. So Shodan, we kind of refer to it as the hacker search engine. It's by no means is it the only one that's out there. It's just one of the more popular ones. And so an example that I like to use here is, let's say, you have a new remote desktop vulnerability, or you don't even really need a vulnerability if remote desktop's out there. But let's say I'm an attacker and I want to know all the open remote desktop servers in the United States. I can pop that into Shodan, do that search, and get back a really nice list to work off of. And there's my target list. As far as other sort of open source type data, right, there's breach data. I know everyone knows about the recent T-Mobile breach, things like that. Different bits of your data are out there, right? We often talk about sharing passwords and things like that. That's where this comes in, as well as to getting a list of email addresses for your organization. And, we talk a little bit about how these attacks roll and sometimes the simplicity of those. It's often a pretty simple attack, and all I need is a bunch of email addresses to get started. The last one I did want to talk a little bit more about there, because I think this one gets overlooked a lot, is metadata. So whenever you create a Microsoft Word document, anything like that on your machine, it's going to have the author name in there, right? So in this one I used, Pinky at superhackables.hacks. I don't know if that's a real email address. I kind of hope it is, because it's pretty awesome. But that's going to show up as an author on there. And so then at that point, if I'm an attacker, I've got some information, right? I probably know your username structure. You're using a one-word Pinky first name. I know your domain. And also, I can probably generate a list of folks to blast out my phishing email to, based on that kind of thing. So be cautious with that data when you're putting those out on the internet, things like that. Tony, did you have something you want to add there?
Yeah. And on the terms of, along the lines of the Shodan part, I know like something that a lot of folks fall victim to is thinking, okay, if it shows up on Shodan, everybody else can see it. But if I don't have a system that's on Shodan, if it's not being cataloged by a public service like that, okay, I'm cool. So what they'll end up doing is they'll like have a service that, yeah, it's still a vulnerable service, but they'll put it on like a non-standard port that Shodan isn't scanning or something like that. And what I really have to point out is, like, if you've ever run a web server on the internet, like if you've never done this, I highly encourage you to just to take a look at the logs. Like, don't host any content on it, just have a blank web server and go take a look and see what background noise of the internet hits it in a day. There are a finite number of ports. There's a finite number of IP addresses. There are people scanning the internet, and it's not just good guys like Shodan. It's also, bad guys with Python scripts, bad guys with all sorts of different tools. They hit every port. They hit every IP address on the internet. It's a matter of time, within a week, usually within a couple of days. If you're running something on a port, no matter what port it is, if you're running a service that's vulnerable, it's going to get discovered. It's literally just a matter of time.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's very key there. So don't gloss over that point. It is literally a matter of time. It will be found. So that's a great point from Tony there. So moving on here, now that our attacker has the recon data, they've identified their target, they've kind of figured out what they want to do here. We move into the initial attack phase. And this is where good detection comes into play. And I know Tony's going to have more to say about that here in a minute, because Tony's from Red Canary, and they do a great job with detection and whatnot aspects there. So just want to hit the high points here. Most initial attacks are very simple. We often get a lot of people who get really in the weeds about, I've got this vulnerable service, but it takes 8 steps to compromise it and all these kind of things, but yet they don't have multi-factor authentication on their email system, their externally available email system, things like that. So keep in mind, attackers are like water, to use a good example, right? It's going to be the path of least resistance. If I'm water coming down the hill, I'm going to take that easiest path. If I'm an attacker, I'm going to take the easiest path into your network. And as has been mentioned by our speakers earlier today as well, that's generally people. So like we mentioned with the metadata and the breach data earlier, let's say I get a list of 1,000 email users for your domain. I'm going to blast out 1,000 phishing emails at them and hope that I get just one person to click. And so you think about that, 1,000 hits, or 1,000 emails, you're going to get a hit almost always. So keep that in mind. Those are really easy ways in. Another one that's a little less active but does happen is accidental malware installs bundled software. I always like to use Adobe as the example here because Adobe Pro is not cheap at all, but we often have to edit PDFs and there are some other solutions now, but in the past you needed something. So you go out and find super cool Adobe editor, #1, and download that. And it would come with some bundled software that you may or may not want. And that used to happen a lot.
It said it was virus free. They wouldn't lie to me.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, very, very best virus. It had the McAfee shield in the bottom and everything. It was totally fine, right? And then I like to say there are far fewer Mr. Robot attacks, right? So I think in security world, most of us are familiar with the Mr. Robot show. Great show. Those attacks are actually very realistic. They hire some red team folks to help them with that. But if my choices are blast out 1,000 emails, sit in my house one night, or devise a fake fire alarm with a Raspberry Pi in it that's going to control your door systems and let me back in later, and I got to come in like Tom Cruise and Mission Impossible, I'm going to blast the emails. I'm not going that complicated route. Very cool for TV, just does not happen very often. Does happen, just not very often. But again, so with that, right, with knowing that a lot of these are coming in through phishing and accidental malware, things like that, brute force attempts on externally facing login systems, that kind of thing, right, without multi-factor. That's where detection comes into play, right? Because again, as it was mentioned earlier, it's not an if, it's a when. So now you need to be able to detect and respond. The first one I always like to point out here is, if you're just using a traditional antivirus, your old McAfee scanner, that type of thing, most of those are hash-based detections. I'll explain that in a bit in just a second. Some do have some heuristics and things like that as well, but in general, they rely heavily on those file hashes. And for those who don't know, right, a file hash is a mathematical computation, a mathematical representation of a file. And so if you think about it like a Word document, something like that, if I open that Word document up and I just add a period to the end of that hash is completely different than when I started. I mean, it's completely different. So as an attacker, if I'm changing the IP address I talk to on my command and control, or I'm updating your domain name to attack your organization, that hash is going to change every time. So you're not going to pick it up with that hash-based detection. And so that's really where the active monitoring, the alerting, and those types of protections come into play, looking at the process, monitoring, that type of thing. And I do want to kick it over to Tony here on this because, that's really, really what they excel at, and they do a great job at that. So I'll let you go with that, Tony.
Sweet. So yeah, kind of talking about like a little bit of the initial access that we usually sort of see, like kind of what Mike mentioned, like there's a combination of that phishing approach, like the families that we see associated with ransomware really preeminently lately have been like Qbot, Bazaar. Those are typically two of the big hitters that definitely lead to ransomware, like within a week. Like almost certainly within a week of infection, you're going to have a ransomware issue on your network. So things like that. And like, yeah, occasionally there's, for example, like the Microsoft Exchange vulnerabilities that were in the news in the last year. Like occasionally things like that will be used for for ransomware engagements, but are used for ransomware attacks. But it's going to be, kind of a mix of that. Like, I don't know that we have seen a ransomware engagement in like the last several years that did have like the very complex, tripwire Rube Goldberg machine sort of thing, eventually leading to ransomware. It's almost always vulnerable application facing the web or a phishing document, like one or the other. Like, and kind of going through this and thinking of it as, we definitely have a finite amount of time coming out of a phishing attack, something like that. So if you have Bazaar, QBot, something like that, you're pretty much set on a time period, and the time period has been pretty well documented. Like in some cases it was early as 90 minutes, in other cases it'd be 48 hours, 72 hours, something like that. Most cases that we've seen so far with those, like, you're pretty much guaranteed to move from initial infection to a ransomware IR engagement in the span of a week. So when you get to that point, really, like, the goal is to get as far left of that kill chain as possible, like detect as early as possible, see if you can find precursor behaviors like that, that ransomware operators will start exhibiting before they start encrypting. And the key is going to be, like, you have tools to generate that evidence, but you also have to have people that, that monitor that. You have to have people that do the monitoring detection. This is the part where I get to selfishly say we do manage detection and response, but you don't necessarily need to have a commercial partner. You can do it for free, but the less money you spend on a tool, the more money you're going to spend on people and time. So it's only free if your time has no cost. So if you can do this with Sysmon and Elastic Stack and do all this different stuff. But if you choose to go that route, you're going to have a lot of time and energy going into that. But you could also pay for organizations like whatever endpoint sensor plus Red Canary or long-term monitoring sorts of things, and spend less time on that setup and more time on actually implementing and the hunting part, the actual hunting and monitoring part. If you do decide to go down the free route, if you do decide that, well, actually either route, if you do decide the free or paid route, you're probably going to need tuning for your environment. Every organization to some extent is a snowflake. There are some things that are going to be uniquely evil no matter which environment they're in. But if you're in a manufacturing environment versus higher ed, you're going to have some weird applications. And some of that also has to do with, like, if you have a very small team versus a large team. If you're a one-person IT shop, you're the IT director, CISO, sysadmin, and desktop tech all in one. God bless you. You don't need to implement Sysmon and Elastic and all this different stuff yourself. You need a vendor. You need a friend. You need help. Like, that's the best thing I can say. Is like, it all depends on what your capabilities are, what you're confident, what your time commitment that you can make. So keeping all of that in mind, like, whenever you do make that business decision, definitely ask questions, ask vendors, ask everybody, like, how can I get as far to the left of this kill chain to prevent ransomware as possible? So that said, back to our regularly scheduled programming.
Thanks, Tony. Yeah, and we do appreciate what you guys do. We utilize Red Canary and some of our incident response activities and things like that, and always do a great job. I am going to probably speed through the next couple of slides here, just because I want to make sure we have some time for Q&A. Always seems to be a big, ransomware seems to be a big Q&A topic, and so make sure you guys are firing those questions in the chat, and we'll try to get to those at the end here, and we'll be around all day too to help out. But so what if I don't detect it, right? What if I am that one-man shop or whatever, and I don't have things set up, or things aren't in place, and I just don't see what's going on prior to this point? This is where things get real. This is likely where your command and control is being set up, right? And that does, for those of you who aren't familiar with command and control, and I hope none of you are, it is absolutely as bad as it sounds. It's literally on your system. The attacker has control of your system and can do what they want, right? It reaches out, it asks for instructions, brings things back in. These can be very difficult to detect. It's not like you're going to look in your firewall and see a bunch of a bunch of traffic on port 9999, right? I mean, you could, that does happen. It's rarely that obvious though. It'll be, DNS, HTTPS, port 80, things like that just look like normal traffic on your firewall. And it's reaching out, grabbing those instructions. This is difficult to detect. Don't lie to yourself here. Hash-based is almost useless for modern C2. As I mentioned a minute ago, that customization, the domain name, the IP address the attackers are using, that kind of thing, that's all going to change the hash of the beacon that lives on your machine. These are often always, running in memory as well, encrypted in memory at that. It's very difficult to detect these. You want to get this early. You don't want to be at this point yet. If this is going on, though, human intelligence and active investigation and monitoring is going to be your best friend. Again, some systems have the ability to kind of pick up on these patterns and see things, and but even at the end of the day, you're still going to want someone on the other end of that alert, someone to look at that data and say, yeah, this is normal behavior. This is somebody that has one of my web developers set up a thing to ping Google every 30 minutes, and it just looks like beacon traffic, but it's not really a beacon. Things like that. So you want someone, right? Whether that's Red Canary or your team or another group that does managed detection and response, whatever it is, you need that help there. And whatever you got to do to get that, make sure you're watching. And also, too, another key point here: the attackers will have multiple persistence mechanisms. It's not going to just be one beacon file. It's not going to be just this one thing over here. Most likely, they came in with one, they set up another one. If this one fails or you find it, they're just going to take over here. And also, too, at that time, they know you're there. So keep that in mind as well as you're responding. I know Tony wanted to talk a little bit here about the ebb and flow of these attacks and kind of how they play through. So I'll let him jump back in here as well.
Absolutely. So usually what we see is initial access via a phishing document or a public facing application with a vulnerability. So this can be either, all right, cool, you've gotten a malicious Word document, you click through, you enable macros, and there's nothing in the document, nothing works. And turns out there's something that's malware running on the machine. And, the other side of that is, on the infrastructure side, maybe, you have an Exchange server that hasn't been patched in 50 years or whatever else. And, bad guy finds a way onto it. We've seen things like this happen with Exchange, SharePoint, web servers using Telerik libraries, like all sorts of different products. So it's important to kind of keep track of the products you use on your public facing applications. After they get that initial access, they usually don't land on the machine that they need all the data from. So it's kind of like going to the grocery store. Like when you go to the grocery store, you don't immediately start on the aisle that has everything that you need unless you only need a produce run. Like that's the weird one. So, it's kind of like going to that grocery store. Adversary has to figure out, all right, how can I move around the environment, get some credentials, and start moving around from machine to machine, trying to look for sensitive data that they can encrypt, sensitive data that they can take for extortion later, something like that. And they'll move around in the same way that your administrators do. Server message block, SMB, PowerShell, WMI, like these are core technologies in the Windows ecosystem that you can't really turn off because it's just going to make things untenable on a Windows network. You're not going to be able to do work. You're not going to have any sort of productive day. And eventually they get to the point where they're, okay, cool, we're ready to encrypt, we're ready to throw ransomware out to the rest of the network. So they usually make a beachhead somewhere at a domain controller or a file server. And the reason they specifically pick these two sorts of systems is they're the two systems in a Windows enterprise that you cannot physically block SMB to. You cannot physically block SMB to a domain controller because that's going to break all of your group policies. It's going to break just a lot of stuff with your Active Directory setup. You block SMB to a file server, you're going to have a lot of angry users that can't get their Word docs. And so the adversaries know this. They know intimately like enterprise architecture and how to make their way through. And at this point, they'll use something like WMI, PSExec, something else to distribute the malware through the rest of the network. And they don't just necessarily do it in onesies, twosies. We see this sometimes, but they'll go to Active Directory. They'll get a list of all the computers on the network and then use that list and blow the ransomware out across the network at like 100 at a time. So by the time this could even happen overnight and you come in the next morning and everything literally was good last night, but as soon as like you come in the next morning, you know, all 1,000 systems of the enterprise are encrypted. That is definitely something that's within the realm of possibility nowadays.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've seen some really fast ransomware attacks, especially recently. Things like Conti and things like that are just so fast, it's unbelievable. So that's a great point there. I did notice we're a little short on time, so I'm going to fire through these next few. To be honest with you, I'm less concerned with this part of it than I think most people would be. At this point, you are already in so much trouble. If you've made it to the discover and spread portion, right, like Tony mentioned, they're enumerating your network, they're finding where to spread the malware. You have to detect this here. You do not have an option. This is your last stop, last gas for 150 miles, you're done. So if you don't catch it here, you will be ransomed. So keep that in mind, right? And you're looking for, like Tony mentioned, a lot of activity that looks like it's legitimate, right? WMI, PowerShell, often PSExec. Also, please, as a public service announcement, stop using PSExec. Just get it off your systems because it is a nightmare when we come in to investigate. Rant over. But yeah, you must detect it here. You're going to get ransomed at this point. So moving on to the next piece of this, right? The exfiltrate and the encrypt portion, right? They're getting your data out. This is, in fact, game over. This is the end game for them. You know, they've likely already taken data here. They're going to hold that for extortion. They're also going to encrypt your systems. I hope you have good backups. And by good backups, I mean air-gap backups. And by air-gap backups, I mean they don't touch a network anywhere. You have to physically go get them, do an activity to put them online. I don't care what your backup vendor tells you. A network connected backup is not an air-gap backup. Encrypted, don't care. Don't. It's fine. You can argue with me about this later, but please get your backups offline because so that I don't have to come in and give you really bad news. And you know, like Aaron mentioned earlier, you know, within 6 months, a lot of times businesses are out of business at this point. Please don't be that business. I don't want that to happen. As we note here too, they likely exfiltrated some data. So you're going to have to make some tough decisions there as well. So again, detect it early so you're not at this point. But at this point, you know, the extortion discussions are a whole different ballgame. You're going to have to get legal involved. There's a lot of things that are going to happen there. And I know Tony has a story he wanted to share here as well.
Yeah, and kind of talking through, like, I know something from the sysadmin days, a lot of storage vendors, like if you buy a SAN, if you buy network attached storage, something like that, a lot of vendors will say, hey, cool, you know, you don't have to do backups anymore. Like all of this gets taken care of with snapshots on your network storage, things like that. Adversaries absolutely know how to operate around storage area networks. They absolutely know how to deal with enterprise architecture, like big E enterprise here, because we have seen at least one incident in the past where an adversary backed up the configuration of a storage array and then were intending to ransom that back to their victim because they realized it's going to take me a long time to encrypt terabytes of data. But what if I just ransom the config file? If I wipe the config, they can't get their data anyways. So let's just ransom the 1 megabyte config file, something like that. So like these folks are smart. They absolutely understand how networks, how enterprises work and can run after it. And it really makes tape libraries and stuff like that look really, really appealing.
Yeah, and I think as both former admins, right, I mean, I hate tapes. It drives me nuts. You know, they are their own nightmare, but I'd rather deal with the tape than going out of business. So, get here, right? So what did we learn? The first thing we learned is that we're not alone, right? We'll talk a little bit more about what I mean by that here in a second, but I just thought the cow being abducted was pretty cool. So, you know, did we learn that this is the scariest PowerPoint ever? I hope not. Like, that's not the point. Tony and I both agree we didn't want to take a fear approach to this. It's not the case. Fear is not the best motivator. But we did learn that, these are active attackers, right? So keep that in mind. Again, want to drive that point home. Real people, keyboard, there's someone there. They will respond. They're intelligent. These initial attacks are often unsophisticated, phishing, remote desktop exploits, or finding a password that's not very secure and hitting a remote desktop, VPN, things like that. Phishing, no MFA, accidental malware install as well. And so, what's our best defense? And this has been said twice already today. Education is your first best defense, right? Educate your people. Make sure they know what they're looking at. Encourage them to report things if they see something that's a little bit off, even if it was them that made the mistake. We all make mistakes. Attackers have all day, every day to try to get you to make a mistake. All you have to do is mess up once. It only has to be one person in your whole organization that messes up. So educate your people. Beyond that, though, because people are going to mess up, again, we're always going to have that weakness. Early detection is key here. Catch it early in the kill chain so that you're not having to make those terrible decisions about data extortion and things like that later. Early detection, whether that's with us or someone else, or Red Canary or whoever you use, or yourself, get educated, get where you need to be so you can detect these things early. And then also a constant assessment of your environment. What's changed? Are there any new vulnerabilities? Check Shodan, check breach data, check these things. Look at your firewall configurations often. Sometimes you'll have someone open up remote desktop or SSH or something like that to do some testing and forget to turn that off. And then bam, you're hit with a ransom later on and you don't know why. And it comes back to that. So keep those things in mind. Keep checking your environment. And then again, we are not alone here, right? So I know for FRSecure, we do a lot of, triage calls with folks. We give a lot of free education. We have a ton of resources out on our website. We're here to help you. I'm always happy to talk to someone. And again, I'm trying to work myself out of a job here. I want to talk to you before you're ransomed. I want to talk to you before you're in an incident. Let's help you prevent that incident. And I'm sure, Tony probably has a similar take on it as well.
Absolutely. I just think back to when I was an admin, if I had an incident like this when I was an admin, ransomware wasn't that fancy when I was an admin. It was we had Locky. Okay, cool. Somebody double clicked on a script and it encrypted their machine. There wasn't the same scale when I was an admin. I would be just hopeless on my own in the middle of it. So absolutely, even if you don't have a vendor, even if you don't have those IR relationships, something like that, absolutely feel free to ask questions. Most folks will still be willing to answer questions, even if they're not under contract yet. Obviously not professional service hours, level of response, something like that. But most folks are still willing, they understand, nobody should go alone in the middle of this.
Absolutely. And so that is the end here. I don't have the Red Canary gift link in the description here. I'm sure that'll come out afterwards, but that'll be your thing here. So I attended this whole presentation. And all I got was a Red Canary T-shirt. I think they're pretty nice. Looks like Tony has one on.
It's one of these. Get the
cool.
Big red bird on your chest.
Well, cool. So we'll make sure we get that out there. Yeah. And hey, Renee, I was gonna say we're opening up for questions now. If you're
I know you are, again, fantastic. I'm so impressed with how everybody's doing. It's what do you need me for? This is perfect. So we're going to go ahead and just open it up to some questions. I know there's some already in the Q&A tab. We'll let you take a quick look at those, guys. And then if anybody wants to throw any new ones in there, we do have some time before we start our next speaker at noon. So if we go over a little bit because you're interested, we're happy to do that. If you do need to drop off for a break before noon, you can do that as well. But I love your dialogue, guys. I love everything you're talking about. Wish we could do this all afternoon. But let's take some questions.
Sure. Yeah, I was going to say the first one I see in here from Brandon. What prevents them from keeping your data and re-asking for a new ransom down the road? This is in sort of the extortion model. The really quick answer to that is absolutely nothing. Honestly, it's just sort of the honor of thieves, right? I will say they tend to do what they're going to say, because if word gets out that, hey, if I pay this ransom, they're still going to get me later, it's unlikely that people are going to keep paying those ransoms. So it is a reputational business, and they have to kind of keep an eye on their Yelp reviews and that kind of thing. So yeah.
Really want there to be Yelp for ransomware now.
I know, right? Yeah, I think I just had a great idea. So we have to talk about that after the call.
So one that I see from Ethan, Are ransomware prevention tools offered by firewalls efficient? Would any other layer be recommended for on-premise networks? So I have to point out for this one, I'm coming at this from an endpoint managed detection and response view. So some of the network control stuff I have experience with, but I have more experience on the endpoint side. I'm not familiar with some of those anti-ransomware offerings by firewall providers, but I have to say, like, anytime you go after anti-ransomware controls, the money is going to be over on the endpoint side. If we're talking like network firewalls, if we're talking like network IDS sort of systems, the network IDS stuff and the firewalls, they'll see the network traffic going back and forth, but they're not going to be aware necessarily of encryption going on the endpoint unless they have an agent on the endpoint. So at the end of the day, you're still going to have to take a look at, your best bang for your buck is going to be some sort of protection detection sort of solution over on the endpoint as opposed to the network side of life, in my feeling.
Yeah, absolutely. It's, I mean, everything is going to help, but realistically, that's probably not your weak point for that. So I'm going to jump into the one here. I like this one about war driving. So this is for low-hanging fruit and localized targets. How often are you seeing war driving still being used for OSINT? One, you've dated yourself a little bit, but I get it. Same here. So, old school war driving, I don't think as much, right? Probably a little bit, but I would liken things like Shodan, those types of search engines to sort of a modern day war driving, right? Let me check out an IP block and see what's there and see what I can find and see what's open and then start attacking that. So yeah, I don't think as much as we used to see like that, but this here. So another one here about Remnant. I don't know, Cliff asked a question there. Tony, you may have a better insight on that than I do.
Most of what we see is, honest to goodness, Qbot, Bazaar, and I feel like there's another one, but Remnant stuff we haven't seen as much in like the recent past. It's been mostly these kind of well-oiled Bazaar, Qbot, then Cobalt Strike, then ransomware.
Yeah, that's generally the pattern we see too. Whatever the initial vector is, or the chunk in there. I will give Oscar Minks a quick shout out. He put out a recent article called Rebel Yell about an exploit that we observed and out in the wild, kind of new and kind of interesting. So go check that out on our website as well. It's a good one for some of the more novel approaches, I guess is the way to put it.
So I think I can answer two questions at once from the chat. First of all, do you get a choice of size for the t-shirts because you don't want your belly showing? Yes, I wear a 3X. I am a generously sized gentleman, and so we do have larger sizes. And then the second question, do you need agents? Because agents add complexity, and Windows logs seem to have a lot of info configured correctly. So this depends. This depends on the maturity of your organization. This depends on your capabilities and how mature your organization is. So yes, if you do Windows event logs with auditing, or if you do Windows event logs with Sysmon, there is absolutely enough information in there to help you, do ransomware detection. Agent list management for Windows systems tends to fly along the lines of PowerShell, WMI, things like that. And at the end of the day, you're still going to have some sort of system to gather and correlate all of those together for you to look for your detection behaviors, your detection analytics. So even if you go do that Windows event log route, you're probably still going to need either a Splunk universal forwarder, WinLogBeat agent, something like that. At the very least, you're going to have something to gather up those event logs and send them back home.
Yep, absolutely. And please do that. Keep an eye on your event logs. Make sure you're backing those up and got a good retention on those as well. Because as an investigator, when I come in, it's one of the first places I'm going to hit. And if you've got 20 minutes of security log data, then we're in trouble. It's going to be hard to track things back. So I've got a question here about
Okay.
O365 as a domain controller. I assume you mean using like an Azure AD domain controller. If it, the question was, does it provide an extra layer of protection? Not really. Just to be honest, it's all part of an AD domain. The way these attacks work and kind of the process we laid out here, it's going to hit you either way. One more here about immutable storage solutions. Just asking what we think about immutable storage solutions. I think they're a good way to go, and you can get really, really close to an air gap with those. There are ways to abuse those. Given it takes a lot, so I don't want to beat that up too much. If you can use an immutable storage solution for your backups, please do that, as opposed to having your backups just standard online and that you can mess with. So it's always just moving as far toward that as you can get, right? The more you can do to put that gap in there.
Okay, I think you got YubiKeys left, and then we're going to set us up for the afternoon.
Okay, sounds good. For protecting domain admin accounts, anything you can do for multi-factor. I think the YubiKeys are fine. I haven't used them. I know a lot of people do and seem to have a pretty good experience with them. But whatever you can do for multi-factor. And I do like having multi-factor on those upper level. Don't forget about your enterprise admins and your schema admins as well. If you've got folks that live in those, and you probably shouldn't, but make sure you're protecting those with multi-factor as well.
Yeah, and I kind of want to add to that, like definitely doing domain admin auditing. Like there are tons of applications that float out in the wild that say, I need domain admin. No, they don't. And you just have to know how to get the right delegation, the right permissions. So doing that auditing, something I also recommend is looking at an application to test out on your network called Bloodhound. Bloodhound helps figure out the same attack paths an adversary might use to get domain admin in your network. So if you run across, if you take a look at some of Bloodhound, some of its tools, you might be able to find accounts that can get into domain admin that you don't even realize can do it.
Fantastic. You guys have been great. Thanks for answering all the questions. There's more. We can chat behind the scenes on some of this stuff during the break if you like. I know Mike and Tony are both open to ongoing questions as well. A quick reminder. So what we're going to do is we're going to switch gears on the wellness side of cyber security at noon Central. And we'll hear from Amanda at Mental Health Hackers. In the meantime, you can get your breaks. Reminder, we will start straight up. You will get afterwards the link to everything from how to get the t-shirts to the presentations to the recording to how to get your CPE credits. You'll get all that stuff afterwards and a chance to provide us feedback. So please know that we'll take good care of you afterwards, and keep using the chats. We're having a great time on that. Thank you again to all the chat facilitators. I see Amanda has joined us. Hi, Amanda. She will be introduced here shortly. So again, thanks, Mike. Thanks, Tony. And we'll see you guys all back straight up here in about 11 minutes. See you soon. Hi, Amanda. It's Renee. I am the MC. Are you doing okay?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing great. I'm doing great. I just want to see if you had any questions. We just have the panelists online right now.
Very cool. No questions so far.
Okay, great. We'll see you in just a few minutes then.
Yep.
4 minutes, everybody. We'll be starting our next session with Amanda at Mental Health Hackers in 4 minutes. Hello, hello, everybody. 1 minute and counting. Amanda, it's so great to see your smiling face again.
Thank you.
And just hear about things from a different angle. I know FRSecure supported mental hackers as soon as we even heard you existed, and we are just so happy with the passion that you bring to that whole organization. So we're really looking forward to hearing from you today. I know Evan will probably be refraining from piping in during your presentation, but so yeah, let's get started and let's try to leave just a couple minutes at the end in case anybody wants to get some questions answered from you. If you need a little help on that, I'd be happy to help you with that. So
Awesome.
Let's shoot for about 20 minutes and then we'll see what kind of questions people have.
Awesome. Sounds good. Yeah, thank you for everybody for joining. Really glad to be here. So something I've learned over the last several years has been that a majority of us are broken. I'm broken, you might be broken, maybe somebody next to you, all of those people online. Well, most of us have been solely online for going on like a little bit over a year now. But you get what I mean. So I've been openly talking about my own mental health issues now for about 3 or 4 years in the community. I kind of started out with the first keynote I had ever given at B-Sides Nashville. I wanted something big picture that everyone could relate to. And that's kind of when it just clicked as a subject that I should talk about openly. The first one was titled Hackers, Hugs and Drugs, Mental Health and InfoSec. And I went over some of my personal struggles, like when I first realized I had a real problem, I also covered some of the more common mental health issues and their symptoms, some medical research reading I did, some coping strategies, how to help others in your life, and some statistics surrounding mental health. And up until that point, I had just been talking about like all the defensive security stuff I was doing, and it was never really anything big picture. I don't think that could really help a larger audience. So that's kind of what I was looking for. And during that first talk, some of my best friends and my oldest son was in the audience, and he came down to me and he said, "Wow, Mom, what a downer." And which really, yeah, the talk itself was kind of depressing, but it was also really eye-opening and seemed to resonate with way more people than I had ever imagined. I never thought I would be doing what I'm doing today, but it kind of just set things in motion giving that first talk. And I've given that about a couple dozen times so far. And each time it seems to touch more people. And I think it breaks down the stigma a little bit more every time that I happen to give it, right? It's never easier to talk about, but it does help break down the stigma when you realize that some of your peers, maybe your boss or, loved ones are going through the same kind of struggle. And that's exactly what we need. More open communication is going to end up helping all of us. And in that other talk, I covered like a bunch of high level mental health things, because I mean, I'm definitely not a mental health professional. I work in defensive security and I look at logs all day. So that definitely puts me in a different category of people, but not in the mental health professional field, right? And I do consider a passion. I read about it a lot, and I found out a whole bunch of really interesting things. So I started to like go off topic and ramble on, and I ended up with 2 hours worth of content. So I decided, why not make this talk too? And a few times after speaking, I was told like, wow, you had a lot of really uncomfortable people in the audience, which I can't really see you guys, girls, all people on the other end of the screen. So I can't really tell if you're uncomfortable or not, because at first it kind of bothered me. But after thinking about it a while, I thought, well, good. There's a lot of really hard truths in life. And maybe getting it at a place that you least expect it might leave more of an impression. So should people be uncomfortable that I'm talking about depression, anxiety, my personal struggles, other mental health issues? Maybe. But some truths are hard, and the act of talking about anything and communicating shouldn't be uncomfortable. This is kind of what we do. We learn about a subject, we, dive deep into it as much as we can and find solutions to problems. And I don't get uncomfortable talking about anything, so I'm good. And honestly, if I could help one person out of an entire room of uncomfortable people, I'm going to still keep going because I think it's worth it. And we come from all walks of life. Many of those walks have abusive and complicated paths. Even a person that isn't struggling right now is guaranteed at this point to know and be interacting with somebody struggling with mental illness. Depression is actually the leading cause of physical illness in the world, and a staggering amount of people suffer from that and other mental health issues. I never thought I'd be talking about mental health every day. Sure, it was part of my life, but really it was just like background noise that I dealt with on my own, or for a while didn't actually even deal with, just kind of ignored it and shoved it way down deep inside where, those annoying emotions should go. But now people come up to me all the time, either at conferences or in social media, email, whatever, and tell me their stories. And they're just such personal and like incredibly painful stories sometimes that break my heart, but it makes me feel incredibly honored for what are a lot of times strangers end up sharing with me. And we're dealing with a lot. Humanity in general is dealing with a lot lately. And some of the more common disorder categories that we have to deal with are things like ADD and ADHD. We see that a lot in our industry. Autism, anxiety disorders. There's other things like PTSD that take form in different ways. Imposter syndrome is brought up a lot, and it's now actually listed in the ICD-11. That's the International Classification of Diseases, as an occupational phenomenon. It's not actually listed as a medical condition, but it is, gaining popularity because people use that term a whole lot, and there's a lot that goes along with that. There are some interesting statistics. So 1 of 5, this is 20% of people experience a mental health condition every year. Sure, adults, but still, that's a lot of people. Consider the amount of people that you deal with on a daily basis. If you're a leader or C-level manager, whoever, like, just consider what size your team is and the fact that they might be struggling in silence or not. And that's a decent amount of people, right? In addition to a person directly experiencing mental illness, their family and friends, communities are also affected. But early engagement and a good support system, whether it's work, home, anywhere, really increase the promise of recovery. The more common mental health issues, as well as the majority of them out there, will sometimes sadly end in suicide. And it's not really something that I covered much in the first part, other than a couple statistics. And I had a handful of people come up to me and ask if I could talk a little bit more and address it directly, just because we've had a lot of suicide in InfoSec as well. I mean, just personally, I know at least a dozen people. And this is the description of the semicolon meaning behind the semicolon project, which is an interesting thing if you ever look that up, and it just brings awareness to mental health issues worldwide. And some of the statistics around suicide are just heartbreaking, but understand a lot of people think about suicide. It's well over half the population. So in 2006, which it's now a while ago, but still relevant, probably worse by now, there was a study done on graduates and undergraduates, about 30,000 people, and showed over half of them had considered suicide at some point. So sadly, you're definitely in the majority if you have. I know I have. So I also learned something not too long ago about it. And different people have different viewpoints on this, but for the most part, saying commit or committed suicide is frowned upon, just because you're almost vilifying somebody that was at their weakest point. So just think about that next time it comes up. It's either death by or died by suicide, because that definitely wasn't that person's first choice. That was last ditch effort, right? To end any kind of suffering. And, as I said, as a community, we've lost people to suicide, and, I will always encourage those around me to not choose that as their answer. And having been there, there's been several points in my life where, my brain was telling me that that was the answer. Life hurt too much. No one would care if I was gone. And a million other thoughts, went through my head. And throughout reading more and learning more about suicide, there's actually a distinct difference in types of suicidal thoughts. There's actually active thoughts and passive thoughts. So an active suicidal thought might look like, I wish I was dead, so tomorrow I'm going to overdose on enough pills and I don't have to continue being alive. It involves intent, it's a plan, even if it's a long time from now, like next month, something like that, there's a plan involved. And that's what a lot of people think suicidal thoughts are always manifested as. But more often, the other variety is the passive thoughts, just like, I just hope I don't wake up tomorrow. Or wouldn't it be super easy if I cross this, highway partition, something like that. There's not really a concrete plan involved. It's just a fantasy about dying, which will crop up because depression has made the idea of dying more appealing than the idea of continuing to be alive. And no one should have to face any of this alone. We can do our part to make things better. And with all of that, sorry to bring all of you down if you're still watching, but we're fixers, right? That's what we do. We try and fix problems. That's why we're, a lot of us are in InfoSec. And so what do we need to be doing as an industry? I mean, first off, we should be having an open dialogue about it, which, ta-da, you're listening to me. So feel free to check that off your list as something you've accomplished today. We need to start treating mental health issues just like any other issue. If an employee that has type 2 diabetes comes up to you and said they have to go to a doctor for an appointment, or they have to take some time off, or take their medicine, or they might be limited in some way because of it, no one would think twice about allowing that to happen. And they wouldn't be looked down upon because they have a medical condition. We need to say the same thing about somebody with a mental illness. So OCD, PTSD, anxiety, any of those need to be treated the same as, I mean, your brain is a physical part of your body. It's not just, you know, this nebulous thing. There's physical reactions happening that make this this kind of stuff happen. And that's why I'm here talking. That's why what we're doing to support the community. It's time to do our part to like let everybody know that we all have mental health, and in a lot of cases it's struggling. And no wonder burnout rates are so high. When I started, I was kind of amazed how short of a time people would stay at one company before moving to the next. You know, that imposter syndrome and just burnout goes all in with that, right? That there's the revolving door of tech jobs. So in 2018, there was a small idea that I had about just offering a workshop, because honestly, after giving the presentation a dozen times or so, I thought there was enough interest to help more than just, you know, the few people that would come and watch me speak. So I started throwing around in my head something like a quiet chill room where people could come and hang out to get away from crowds. I know I tend to have anxiety and panic attacks at conferences, mostly because I'll be working from home 24/7, you know, only talking to like my kids or a few people. And then bam, you're surrounded just by friends and coworkers and other people 24/7. And it can get super overwhelming. I know it can for me for sure. So why not combine like a quiet space with what I was trying to get across in that first talk? So I talked to a couple people and put in a workshop CFP for DerbyCon in Louisville, and it got accepted. Some of the organizers wanted to talk to me about what ideas they had for sponsoring it, right? So they gave me two options: either try and hook me up with some official sponsors or try the crowdfunding thing. So I figured, sure, let's see what we can raise in the community, and that should kind of give me a good idea of the reception and the interest there as well. With initial goal of $3,000, we were able to raise over $7,000, and we blew right past $3,000 with, I think, 4 donations. So I went ahead and upped the goal and just started coming up with better ideas than just a quiet room, right, on what to do with all of that money. So this is some statistics from the first village. I wanted to be some kind of information given in some form from like a legitimate source, not just like my life experiences. So I split up all of these ideas that also, we had 22 volunteers at the first one that they had come up with. We did some discussion groups and presentations. They were all peer support based things, like this has worked for me in combating whatever. We had people talk about schedule, like how to schedule and organize their pen test reports, like that kind of stuff. Just something, because it's a peer in the same space, and they figured, okay, well, this helped my level of stress or my mental health. Why don't we share that with others? So those were the presentations and kind of group discussions that we had. We had an amazing volunteer offer her services as a yoga instructor, and we bought and handed out free yoga mats. You know, Saturday we had a full day of chair massages from 4 professional therapists, and honestly, that's half of where the money went, because boy, massages are expensive, especially when you pay for 4 people for an entire day. And we also did like I think it's in this next picture. Yeah. So I wanted to add more to the room, right? So we had volunteers run sessions like paracord crafting, a therapy dog came to visit. We set different tables for different purposes. We have a fidget table, we had a coloring table. We've added things now like knitting, and there's a whole bunch of stuff. And I also want to do a trial table because there's a couple of things like weighted blankets and seasonal depression lights and stuff like that that cost a lot of money. So I figured it would be kind of cool to let people try those type of things out before deciding to make the purchase on their own. And then we had things like tea and snacks and stuff like that. Those air loungers, if you've ever seen the commercials for them, and you know, it shows that you can just run and like fill it up with air. That's totally not true. If you ever plan on getting one, we just have a fan now that we travel with and blow them up because those advertisements definitely lie. And after that initial idea took place in 2018, I had other conference organizers wanting me to run one at their conference and people coming up and asking me how they could donate. I don't know. At the time, I had no idea. It was just me and a bunch of friends that decided that they thought it was cool, right? There was no organization behind this. Never knew I was going to do it again. So I decided to just go. There was so much interest in it. I just decided to go for it and turned it into a nonprofit. So DerbyCon 8 was the beginning of October 2018. By mid-November, we were operating as a nonprofit in the state of Ohio. And that next year, April 11th, 2019, we actually got our 501c3 from the IRS. So our mission and goal is just to have hackers helping hackers. We like to think of it kind of like the AA of mental health, right? Like not totally anonymous, right? Especially because we're all online, but we don't like record any of our presentations, and you know, it's just like a chill environment where it's open and welcoming, and you can kind of talk about whatever you want when you're there. And thanks to conferences, sponsors, just an amazing amount of supporters in the community. There's no way any of, like, I'm not independently wealthy, so there's absolutely no way I would have been able to do this by myself. So far, we have spent over $30,000 in massages since that initial one in 2018. We've done over 80 hours of yoga. We've printed over 50,000 stickers. We have over 100 volunteers now. And the volunteers are so amazing. They'll do things from like help us answer questions, run the rooms at conferences, help each other work through issues. And we can run now 4, 6, I don't know, some amount of villages simultaneously after we started our ambassador program, which I'll cover also in a second. This is our board. They're amazing people. You know, one of the cool things about, you know, creating your own nonprofit is you can come up with whatever crazy C-level titles you want. Mine's really boring. It's just the normal chief executive officer, but we also have like a chief serenity officer and a chief emotional officer. And Tom's awesome. He's our chief of veterans operations. He's actually been in both the Marines and the Army, I think. And all of us work in tech, right? We're all in some way, shape, or form in the cybersecurity field, right? So we kind of just do this because it's a passion of ours, right? And we have a long-term vision of what could possibly be on the line for us, right? I once had a very, very well-known bank ask me, you know, what would you be able to do in 5 or 10 years given an almost unlimited budget? Which, I mean, that's a weird question for somebody to ask, but I mean, it's a bank. So yeah, maybe they're just gonna like give me millions of dollars. So I just thought, all right, big picture, what can I do? I know, you know, I still like doing security, so I'm not gonna quit my job and do this, but just some, you know, more reach was kind of what we're looking for. So we started an ambassador program. Because in the beginning, it was just me and my CFO flying everywhere, driving everywhere, and running these villages, which is a lot of money. And I hate using any money on travel when I don't have to. So we started just like kind of knighting people as ambassadors. So we could just ship them a village kit in a box And like, hey, I'm going to this B-sides anyway. So they would just take the kit. They have like a list of marching orders and anything that they need, like we can provide. And that way, you know, you're not spending hundreds of dollars on plane tickets that you don't need to necessarily. We're also looking into doing endowments because mental health services in every country are not, I mean, even in the US, are not freely and easily available. And sometimes only the best health insurance will cover, sometimes even only partially, mental health related services. And it's one of the main goals of us to set aside an endowment fund to assist members of the InfoSec community with being able to afford those services. And we also kind of want to partner with some of the online services because there's a lot of really cool online therapy services now, but those run anywhere from $40 to $100 a month. So something like that we would be able to afford, at least even at like a discounted service would be, discounted price would be pretty amazing. This course, the mental health first aid course, is something I highly recommend for everyone to take. They actually started in Australia and came to the US in 2008. And the basics are kind of just like taking a first aid course. And just like first aid, you're not leaving, you know, the course as a doctor, you're not leaving knowing how to diagnose or save anybody's life, but you have a fundamental understanding of what some mental health situations are and what to do not to make them worse, right? Because most times people with mental health issues won't seek out help on their own. They might not realize they have an issue, or maybe it's a stigma that they don't want to seek out help. And this kind of course really helps you figure out how to do more, you know, in those cases. So highly recommend that.
Amanda, do you have some time for questions?
I do. Let me get to I have way too many slides. I tried to talk really super fast and it didn't work. So
that's awesome though, because you're going to share this with us and we're going to include it in the
yes.
packet of information.
Yep. I was going to get to the end slide and then we can take questions. Maybe.
One of them that came up in the Q&A, Amanda, was if you recognize a coworker who's struggling, what should you do? Let's just be basic.
Yes. So depends on culture at where you work, right? Like it's a super common question. And I found myself giving the answer that I would at my company because we're very open and we have a mental health channel in Slack and we'll talk about that kind of stuff. Always suggest taking mental health days. And I highly believe that it comes from the top, like leading by example. If you're a leader, management, and you're running yourself ragged, that person may be afraid to ask for help because they're like, oh, well, this person's working 80 hours a week. I must have to do that too. So definitely depends on the culture. It's really difficult because what if you work at a place where I've known people to actually just get fired because they're struggling with mental health. Like that may not be like the reason that's given or anything, right? But if you're struggling, your work suffers, all of that kind of stuff. Just, you know, talk about I mean, it's worked for me so far. Talking about my own stuff makes people more comfortable talking to me about it.
So thank you, Amanda. Could you flip back to your last slide where it had all your contact info on it? Let's keep that up there.
Maybe.
Maybe. Okay. Well, it's in the deck, everybody.
Yes, there we go.
But, you know, Amanda, obviously your passion shows. Look what happened when you just started taking your care and concern to others. I think that's amazing. Bless you and your entire board. Everybody who supports your organization. Our industry needs everybody on this call, every single one of you listening, and every single one that you know, either in your office or your workplace, your home, your friends and family. So I love what you're doing. FRSecure loves what you're doing, and we can't say more about supporting each other. Hackers helping hackers. Love it. And we wish you well. And everybody reach out to Amanda if you have any questions. You'll have all that information in your packet.
Yep, definitely. Feel free.
Great. All right. Well, thank you again. And just to give everybody a heads up on the agenda, We are going to take a break for some lunch, and straight up at 1 Central, here's what you got going for the afternoon. You will hear about threat intelligence. You're going to have Oscar Minks, our Director of Technical Services here at FRSecure, along with Sonu at Arctic Wolf. So that'll be a really engaging session as well, followed by some cyber insurance discussion and wrapping up with tech providers and MSSPs and final words from Evan. So all of that will flow a lot like we just did this morning. So I encourage you to just stay vigilant, stay in front of your screens, and keep those chats and Q&A questions coming. See you guys in about a half an hour. Amanda, thank you again.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you.
See you soon all. I'll be barking at about 5 to 1. Hey, yo, everybody, 4 minutes and we're going to get started here right at 1 o'clock Central Time. We'll be hearing from Oscar and Sonu, and we're looking forward to hearing all about threat intelligence. 4 minutes. Hey, Oscar. Good to see you.
Hey, good afternoon.
Hey, like I've been handling everyone else on their sessions, as questions come up in the Q&A portion, we're just gonna, hang out there and see if there's any we can address as we go. Otherwise, I assume you can see them when it comes time to Q&A, but if you want my help, I'm happy to help facilitate reading those off.
Cool. Sounds like a plan.
All right, we'll give people a couple more minutes.
Hey, good afternoon, Sonu.
Hey, Oscar. Good morning, good afternoon.
Hi, Sonu, this is Renee. Good to see you.
Hey, Renee.
You guys got this next one. I'm super excited to hear from you both. Sonu or Sonu, please tell me how to say your name.
Sure, it's Sonu, like I'm really new.
You're so new. That's how new you are.
Yeah.
You're so new. Okay, thank you for that. I always want to get it right. Okay, everybody, we are going to get started. Welcome, Sonu and Oscar. We've got 45 minutes ahead to hear about the topic of threat intelligence and how to stay ahead of it. So I'm going to let these two take over for the next half hour, and then they'll leave about 15 minutes for us for questions and wrap up. Sound good?
Sounds like a great plan.
All right, Oscar, take it away.
All right. Yeah, I'll get us rolling here. Hey, everybody. Thanks for being with us today. We know you guys are all probably very busy individuals, and to take an entire day to spend with us is much appreciated. So hopefully you're getting some value here, and hopefully Sonu and I can deliver a riveting talk that you're going to leave here with much more knowledge about a subject maybe you didn't have before. I'm confident. How about you, Sonu?
Absolutely, Oscar. Let's do it.
All right, cool. All right, so we're going to dig in here. First, a little bit about myself. My name is Oscar Minks. I'm the Director of Technical Services here at FRSecure. My day-to-day, I manage a team of pen testers and DFR analysts. I'm Kentucky born and raised, which means a few things. I do like soup, beans, and cornbread, bluegrass music, and I love watching the Cats. Currently 6-0 in football. I have to brag about that because it's the first time it's happened in my lifetime since 1950. So incredibly excited there. A little bit of personal information. I like helping people. That drives me in my personal life, my professional life more than anything. I also like to hack things. I like stopping hackers, analyzing malware. I also love to fish and play music. That is my personal best catch of the year. It was a 22-inch rainbow. I was really proud of that fish until later in the day, my wife caught a 25-inch rainbow. So she put me back into perspective quickly. I've been working in the industry about 18 years. I got some things that, you can see those letters there. They're cool. People like letters. Also, I like memes. Hopefully you guys like memes. We promise no death by slides. We got some memes in here. Very happy to be here today. I do want to give a big shout out to everyone who's been part of this so far. I think everybody's done just a fantastic job. And I especially want to give a shout out to Amanda for tackling a very challenging subject for all of us. That was awesome. So big round of applause to Amanda. And then also just a big round of applause to all the participants. It was really cool for me to see the chat that was going on. You guys have been great chatting all day. I'm not going to pay attention to you now because it's very distracting. But at the same time, I saw a lot of positive things in that chat and people actively supporting each other and truly being inspired by that talk. So that's an awesome thing. Pat yourselves all on the back. It is Hacks and Hops. So I hope at least half of you have a pint in your hand right now. I would have a pint myself, but I'm going to wait till after the talk. So that's enough from me.
All right. Thank you, Oscar. So I lead the MDR product team at Arctic Wolf. I've been with the company close to 4 years now. Was at Cisco prior to that for a while. I started out my career on the government side. Actually, I was at the Los Alamos National Lab in New Mexico. I don't have a picture of me with a large fish here, so I don't have Oscar beat on that. One thing I will say that to echo what Oscar just mentioned, this is an incredible opportunity for us to get together. I really like the idea of collaboration and amplifying the need for collaboration in our industry. This is a very important topic and a very important time in the market, in the industry, in the threat landscape overall to have these discussions. It is a team sport. We need an incredible amount of collaboration with private sector, public sector, across companies in the private sector to achieve the overall objectives of keeping our economy, our society secure. So I look forward to the discussion and let's get going.
Awesome. Cool. So let's just dig right in. So like we discussed, Sonu and we had decided we're not going to do death by slides. We do got a few slides, and that's just going to provide our context here while we hopefully have interesting and valuable conversation about the topic at hand today. A meme, as promised, one does not simply spin up an effective CTI strategy overnight. So let's just start with what is cyber threat intelligence? And I don't know, Sonu, from your perspective, maybe tell us what you believe that is.
Yeah, so the way I think about threat intelligence in general, and specifically cyber threat intelligence, when we think about effective, efficient, scalable threat detection, right? It is a multi-layered approach. There's the idea of multi-layered defense, which includes a lot of evidence-based knowledge, context on threat actor campaigns, the mechanisms, the indicators, the overall implications and actionable advice that we can use to address an existing or emerging hazard to our information assets. And in general, I think about intelligence as the ability to use this guidance, this information available out there to really drive and inform decisions around detection strategy, ongoing daily investigations, as well as information to really drive how you might improve your overall security posture.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. I think the big thing here, if we were to summarize this into one sentence, right, it's information that we can use to improve our defenses, right, to lower our likelihood of having a significant event. From my perspective too, I think a lot of people may misinterpret what cyber threat intelligence actually means. And from a lot of interactions that we've had with clients throughout the year, like we kind of broken down here in the slide, the first thing is the obvious things. And I see people all the time that believe these obvious things are kind of the only things, right? We look at the obvious things here of being, the domains that are used for command and control campaigns, for phishing, for malware hosts, things like that. The IPs that are used for those command and controls, again, for hosting malware and just known attackers, right? We can tag malicious activity to specific IPs. I'm sure you all are aware of abuse IP and use that regularly in your defense mechanisms. And then also like the hashes, right? But to me, those obvious things are probably the smallest part of a true cyber threat intelligence program. And so I want to make that, clear to everyone today, and hopefully we can educate you a little bit on that. Those things are good to a point, and we'll talk a little bit more later, I think, about the challenges with those obvious things that are included and why maybe they're not so good. But I think the important message we're trying to deliver here today is like, don't fall in to that mindset that CTIs are just IOCs, essentially, right? Looking for domains, IPs, hashes, and things like that. There's a much broader spectrum of information out there that we can be utilizing for our defenses.
Yeah, absolutely, Oscar. And I like the last slide there, which the last bullet there around developing a strategy that works for you, which is there is intelligence and there's information out there, but it's incredibly important to know how to apply that with the unique context of your business, your environment. What changes might you make to your configurations? What changes might you have to make to your overall operations and IT policies with the knowledge of a specific threat actor campaign, as an example?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. The big thing I think is like, understanding, and we're going to talk about this probably a lot today, that there's no easy button security, right? You don't pay for a feed, you don't get these services and magically integrate it and everything's great. Like that's just not possible today. Most of the value I see from true threat intel is going to be related to those operational, tactical, and strategic intelligence mechanisms that we're able to get. I'm essentially talking about TTPs here, right? So we're talking about fileless attacks, living off the land attacks, using legitimate applications for evil, things like that. And unfortunately, if you're in a signature-based mindset with your intel, all of those things are not going to be detectable. There's so many mechanisms that attackers employ to be able to achieve their goals that we have to think bigger picture. And so a lot of this intel too, like even when we ingest the intel, a big part of that is operationally training for capabilities, right? Or having a partner who's operationally trained to be able to execute those capabilities. I think that's one of the things you guys do at Arctic Wolf, right? Is having specialists who not only know how to implement the signature-based stuff, but also like, how do we identify TTPs? And there's no way that we can take the human element out of this. That's, a very important part, I think, that I want to drive home today. The human is critical. Educating the human is critical. And we have to have live responders to be able to identify those things through the use of that intelligence.
Absolutely. And much like we talk about alert fatigue in general in the industry, in the context of you have a SIM or some kind of a security product that generates an alert, and it can generate several of those alerts. Which ones do you prioritize to investigate and apply to your response process, right? And in the same way, there is a signal to noise issue in general cyber threat intelligence as well, which is there's going to be a lot of information out there about as soon as there's an O-Day announced, as soon as there's a new campaign announced or a new technique that has been discovered. It is important from a signal to noise standpoint to identify and prioritize specifically which ones make sense and are important to incorporate into your operations. And that's, Oscar's going to get into that in a little more detail soon.
Yeah, for sure. I think a couple more points to hit on this slide before we move on, like just for scenarios for people to understand, like if we think about those IPs, and we're going to talk more about those challenges later, but right now say, okay, cool, I've got this IP that I know has been brute forcing OA or brute forcing O365 or whatever you have public, right? So cool, you take that IP, you put that into your stack and you block that IP. Well, who cares? You know, they're going to move on to another IP. But a more effective mechanism, and I'm using very simple terms here, is to, rather than look for that specific offender, is looking for those techniques that are being deployed by the defender and building your defense mechanisms around that, right? And so that's a very simple way to look at it. There are ways that you can trigger those alerts based on your intelligence, not based upon a source, a domain, a hash, or anything, but solely based upon those techniques. And I think that's where we have to continue to grow as we learn to implement intelligence feeds into our day-to-day security operations. I think too, I'm sure we're going to get questions about this as well, you know, and this is something I did want to, you know, have a little discussion with you about. There's, you know, at the end, like there's good paid resources and a lot of people default to that, and that's okay. If you have good paid resources for your intelligence feeds that works within your organization, that's good. I also want people to understand too that that's not the only option here, right? There are a lot of good free feeds and free sources out there of information that you can integrate into your security stack. I personally, you know, I think the Alien Vault feed is great. It's noisy, but you have to work that into your own. The Talos feed, I think, is also really good. I know some folks earlier talked about InfraGard. That's a free. That's pretty awesome. I would suggest checking out InfraGard as well. And there's a whole bunch of these too. And another thing that people kind of forget about is just the good old MITRE ATT&CK matrix. I mean, that is a great resource for cyber threat intelligence, and being able to adapt to the MITRE ATT&CK matrix into your internal framework proves to be of great value for a lot of folks. And I'm sure you guys at Arctic Wolf, that's a big part of your detection today is MITRE ATT&CK.
Absolutely, and that's a great point there, Oscar, because when we think about detection, we start with the threat, right? And it's not so much about let's look at a log source, or let's look at what events are part of that log source. But starting with the threat is incredibly important, because we start with the threat, we understand the TTPs associated with that threat, and then we inform our strategy for detection by determining from the set of TTPs, which ones do I need to prioritize detection for? And from that, which ones, where are my detection opportunities, which is where can I extract signal from to actually go out and detect that threat? And finally, we converge on the detection approach, which is in the context of the threat and with the knowledge of the detection opportunities that I have, these are the most effective, efficient, scalable detections that actually work. And of course, as I mentioned earlier, with this multi-layered approach, each of those detection approaches is going to have a continuous need to be enriched with fresh and current intelligence to augment them.
Yeah, 100%. Very good points there. The other thing we didn't touch on was on the slide. I did want to just bring this up too. In the not so obvious categories, a lot of folks are offering brand protection and monitoring now, right? So they're essentially going to be continually monitoring the web, looking for folks that may be masquerading as your business, standing up phony domains and things like that. That is a solid service. They do offer takedown service as well. So they're going to help you essentially when you want to initiate that legal takedown of those malicious domains that have been stood up for obvious malicious activities. Would want to add on to that, even though it is something that people are including in a paid service today, you also have the ability to do those things yourself too. There's a lot of good free tools out there. If you guys want some more information about that, we'd be happy to provide that to you. And you can also initiate that takedown service as well yourself. Things that, you know, if you don't have this in your budget, still doesn't mean that you can't develop a very successful cyber threat intelligence strategy. All right, cool. Let's move on to another slide. And of course, we'll have another meme. Is it true that if you don't use it, you lose it, Sonu?
Indeed it is. Indeed it is.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I couldn't agree more. So yeah, like, you know, tell us about the SOC and like how we integrate that, like some ways that you guys do this at Arctic Wolf and some best practices that you recommend.
Yeah, absolutely. So and Oscar touched on this earlier, but the idea of your obvious indicators that are primarily signature based, right? So if you have, again, we know that a certain set of domains are bad, or we know a certain set of IPs are bad, we know a certain set of hashes are bad, or it could extend to URLs, emails. There's a lot of structured attributes that you have information on that you believe are bad. But again, as I mentioned earlier, the false positive and the signal to noise issue applies to all of these, right? So which is why if you were to just stick a Stix taxi feed or something like that and get a whole bunch of quote unquote bad IPs, domains, and hashes, that is interesting. It's certainly interesting, but again, the context matters, right? And so one part of it is identifying high fidelity information and keeping it current and making sure that on the one hand, you have a feed of information coming in. And at the same time, as Oscar mentioned earlier, the human piece is truly identifying that actionable signal from a very large set of ever-changing, fast-changing indicators, right? And that requires applying that intelligence and applying that intelligence in the context of the threat that we're aiming to detect, and also with the unique business and environmental knowledge that we have for a customer's environment. So in your organization, it would require understanding where are your users, how do they interact with your data, and when we say user today, in the old days, the user just meant an employee, right? And we know today it includes an employee, a contractor, a third-party partner, a supplier. It could include clients and customers as well, and how those users interact with your network infrastructure, interact with your data infrastructure, and applying that knowledge in the context of your own business and your industry. What do we know about the threat actor campaigns that specifically target your vertical? And how does that matter to your business? And how should we use that information and apply that information into our ongoing daily investigations? And so that would be the one piece I would highlight there, which is there are the obvious indicators, but then there's also the specific business and environmental needs that apply to your business. And then there's the larger vertical specific intelligence that we want to also be aware of, and then use that context as you triage and investigate events and alerts coming out of your environment, to then use that for prioritization and apply that to your response framework.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think that, the big thing here is developing a program that isn't cookie cutter, and expecting too that there's not a solution out there that's going to be cookie cutter. Again, hitting on that point, there is no easy button security. To really build a relevant and successful cyber threat intelligence program you're able to ingest throughout the rest of your organization, it takes focus and catering to your own business, right? Understanding, like Sonu said, what in your vertical is specifically being targeted. Understanding your business to the point too of, what am I truly focused on protecting? Is it the information? Is it the service? And then making those decisions based upon that. I think that like here, is every alert relevant? Like, no, it's really not going to be for you. It takes a lot of time and effort to be able to get to a point where you can identify, prioritize the things that are most relevant for your organization, and then learn how to implement them. We know that probably a lot of folks in our audience here, and we talk about that SOC on the backside, probably aren't at the point where they have a SOC. Maybe don't even have a SIEM at this point, but that's okay. It doesn't mean you still shouldn't be actively involved in retrieving this information to understand the potential impacts. We all have a roadmap, and we all have improvements that can be made to our security posture. This is a service that you can implement early on, and as you continue to mature those other services, continue to further integrate that as well. One great point here is like going, to the bottom here. The big thing too is like, okay, we got these intelligence feeds. We've integrated these intelligence feeds into our security stack. We've trained our personnel, or we've got personnel that we're partnering with that know how to identify a relevant hit. So what do we do? The big thing here too, and I see a lot of organizations make the simple mistake is, okay, cool. I got this signature from my feed. It blocked this malicious connection to China. Cool, we're done, right? But that's not the end. And so really we're working to a point where we have to understand here that if you do have hits, relevant signals, as Sonu said, that's really where your investigation should begin. You don't see a success based on your intelligence and assume it's over. The investigation is the key, because if that malicious connection initiated in the first place, how to get there, right? We have to figure out how it got there. And maybe we identified that one foothole, or that one persistence mechanism, but have we identified all of them? Likely not. And so I think it's really important that you not only have a system to integrate this information, but even more importantly, that you have a system in place to be able to properly respond and properly investigate when you do see these signals.
Yeah, that's an incredibly important point there as well. And that, going back to the MITRE conversation we had, and the larger kill chain conversation around how it applies to the overall Lockheed kill chain, which is every threat actor or every threat that is detected, it is detected at some stage in the attack lifecycle, if you will. And if you think about how threat actors, the way they operate, they are going to look for an easy button on their side. What is the easiest way for a threat actor to get into a target's environment, right? And depending on where we detect them, the response actions are going to evolve and change depending on what aspect of your attack surface have we detected the threat on. And also, where in the attack life cycle have we detected it? Did we detect the threat actor early on in the attack, which is they're early on in that they're attempting a recon, or they're attempting to get past your perimeter defenses, or attempting to get past your authentication infrastructure, meaning they haven't truly achieved the objectives of the attack, which could be data exfiltration, which could be straight up business and operational disruption. It could be, again, it could be an extortion campaign, which we've seen a lot of with ransomware. And that is the ultimate objective for the threat actor. However, the way we apply the overall detection approaches and the way we enrich our detection approaches with the intelligence helps us shift left, if you will, which is get them earlier in the kill chain, get them way earlier in the attack lifecycle, so that we have enough time to not only detect the threat, but respond to it and disrupt it and contain it, and get the customer, get the business to a remediated and steady state of recovery, to then apply the learnings from every single incident back to the configurations and the posture improvement. And Oscar's got a great point there towards the end, which is, what every incident is an opportunity for us to learn. What can I do better the next time? What can I change in my infrastructure today that will help me not be in this situation later? And that is the importance of applying the kill chain approach as well.
Yeah, certainly agree. And I think, so that we follow the SANS pickerel model, 6-step pickerel model, that last step, which is lessons learned. That's a crucial step a lot of people really don't focus enough time on. And there's so much opportunity there when you get to that point to just, have an after action review, determine what you did right, what you did wrong, implement processes to fix that the next time. I'll say the two biggest mistakes that we continually see when people receive an alert, that was a result of some intelligence is, okay, cool, my defense system stopped that. I have nothing to worry about. Well, most of the time we end up working with those people 3 months later because they've had a serious incident. So treat everything as if it is important, investigate it properly until you determine otherwise, right? So you got to follow that path. The second biggest mistake that I see people make is destruction of evidence, right? So they'll see a system, maybe it fires on a C2 channel or something like that. So, their first gut is, we're going to go and just wipe that system and start all over. Well, you just ruined my opportunity as a forensicator to come into your environment and identify how that system was compromised to begin with, where they moved to that system from, and chase that rabbit trail all the way back to we identified the first point of ingress. So it's very important to investigate everything, retain all your evidence, because you never know when you're going to need that full investigation. So yeah, don't rebuild your boxes. Just stash them away. Let us investigate those properly, and don't think any alert has been on until you've actually investigated that. All right, cool. Any more on this one before we move on to the next part, Sonu?
No, let's keep moving. Yeah.
Let's do it. All right. Set it and forget it, you say. How's that working out for you? So I think we're banging on this a whole lot today, but it's important to understand, right? People focus so much value on those IP addresses, those domains, those hashes, and that general hash-based and signature-based approach. There's not a signature for everything. We've already covered that. I think you guys all understand that at this point now. And the big thing is, like, attackers know when they've been burned. They consistently scour for these cyber threat intelligence feeds themselves to see when they land on that naughty list. They do the same thing for their hashes, for the files that they're using as part of their compromise. Once that file makes it in virus total, expect that hash to change. So your signature-based approach is no longer going to be effective against stopping that file. Same thing with domains, same thing with IP addresses. These systems are built to revolve quickly. We see that so much that by the time sometimes we get into a case, and it's literally 3 days post fact of a ransom, we identify that point of ingress, we identify that initial malware host that deployed the initial payload through a download cradle. It's already gone. We can't get to it anymore. It's already been shut down. They've seen that, they've been burned, and they've pivoted on to something else. So I think that's a continual challenge that I just want to make sure everyone understands. Like, there's no silver bullet. It's not set it and forget it. It takes that human interaction. The TTPs, the operational tactics are so much more important than thinking about a static data set.
Absolutely, Oscar. And this is something you highlighted earlier as well, which is the importance of thinking about it in the context of the tactic and the technique in general, as opposed to a specific manifestation of that technique, if you will, right? And every time you think about an IP or a domain, it is important. Again, the prioritization and application is important, because the first time you hear about an O-Day, the first thing you're going to have to do is, am I impacted? Do I even know if my systems have been infected? And in some cases that requires doing a little bit of retrospective analysis. So, and Oscar mentioned this earlier, which is log retention and making sure that you have access to logs from several months prior to the present day, because some of these campaigns, as we've noticed in the last, let's say, a year and a half or so, some of these campaigns are discovered several months after they've been initiated, right? And you have threat actors that are persistent and lurking in your environments, and then the campaign gets discovered. And then the first step is to figure out if you are actually impacted, and that requires doing a little bit of retrospective analysis to look for the initial primary stage indicators, if you will. And that requires understanding what these the characteristics of the attack, especially in the context of IPs and domains, are. However, then as soon as it's been announced, you can certainly see the original threat actors moving away and completely abandoning the original command and control infrastructure that might have used to launch that campaign. But you might also start seeing copycat attackers or essentially other threat actors who were not aware of that O-Day, but now want to start using it, right? And so the original set of IPs and domains that you had are not going to apply there, right? So which is why there's going to be an evolving list of specific IOCs that you need to be aware of. However, at the same time, be cognizant of the fact that it is important to think of it in the context of the tactic and the technique. And finally, the concept of CTI not being a silver bullet, not being a panacea, is also really important, because there are a lot of other things that we need to be aware of in the context of these larger threat actor campaigns.
Certainly. One point I really want to hit on to today is, talk about, it's like the year of the O-Day. There's been so many actively exploited 0 days this year. We've already surpassed last year by a pretty decent amount at this point. But even stepping back into last year, there's two that I really want to talk about here briefly. And the one is SolarWinds. And my example here is best practice still trumps everything. And if we specifically look at SolarWinds, yes, there was a supply chain attack. Yes, there was malware embedded into a legitimate program. And yes, that malware was deployed onto your network if you updated your software. However, that malware, to be effective and actually progress to the next stage in that kill chain, had one important feature. It had to phone home to a hosting IP. It had to go to that IP to get the next steps and deploy the following payloads. So if we go back to best practice again, why are we allowing our servers to have full outbound untethered access to the internet? There's no way. Default deny. If your servers don't need to talk to the internet, default deny and shut them down. And at that point, everyone who had that payload deployed, there's no risk of further damage at that point. You become aware through your intelligence feed, this is malware, there was a supply chain attack. Well, guess what? I don't permit outbound access from that server, so I know I'm not affected. I don't have to worry about it. And the second one too, kind of along that same line from the flip side, is Kaseya. When the Kaseya incident happened, again, ODA, based on their RM portal, why do you permit untethered inbound access to your Kaseya portal? At that point, implement allow listing, default deny, implement allow listing to permit only those IPs that need to talk to that. Because the same thing, if you weren't allowing full untethered access inbound to that port, the attackers wouldn't have a chance to hit that server and exploit that ODA. So you can throw all the threat intelligence you want. You can train all your people to learn to execute and react on these TTPs. That's critically important, but best practice still is the de facto. It's still the best defense that we have right now.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree more.
Cool. I think, we've got about 13 minutes. We got one more slide. I bet Renee's going to hop in and tell us to hurry up. And there she is. So we'll hit our key takeaways and then we'll take a few questions. Kind of go through these, together. And, we said it, let's say it again. My point is we'll imprint this information if I continue to repeat it. It's not set and forget. I think we get that now. Easy button security does not exist. This is hard work. It's continual. You can't implement a security program and think it's done and move on. It's ever evolving. We must be ever evolving as well. I know that we've had a few people talk today about how it feels like we're losing the fight, and I feel like we're losing the fight. But at the end of the day, I feel like we can still win the fight, and it takes all of us understanding easy button security does not exist. This takes hard work. This takes continual involvement and people that care in your organization. Threat intel, it's not a one size fits all. Right? Develop that program for your company and your organization, make it unique and something that works for you. Like I just hammered on really hard, good security hygiene is key. Don't falsely believe that Intel or anything else is going to solve your other issues, right? Cover the basics. Security is a holistic approach. CTI is only one piece of that puzzle. If you can't triage and investigate, like we hit, your CTI is useless. You got to make sure you know how to triage those things, investigate those things, understand where they are in the kill chain, how they got there, and so on. Being ready is key. The worst place to figure out your incident response plan is in the middle of an incident. So prepare beforehand, even your investigative process and your triage process. And partners can help. There's good partners like Arctic Wolf and Sonu, FRSecure, Red Canary was on today. There's a whole bunch of us here today. There's lots of good partners who are available to assist in this fight. Any closing comments from you, Sonu, before we go?
And I think that you hit it, Oscar. And the few things I would highlight, specifically from that, CTI is one piece of the puzzle, and the overall security hygiene, right? If you had to think about it, like 3 things you could take back to your business today, specifically for that overall security hygiene point. Internet-facing assets, and best practices for how you want to use RDP or any other remote desktop services. Very important to audit your systems for external access. Should they have external access? Why do you have these unused RDP ports that are open? Can you enforce account lockouts? All of that is incredibly important to understand from that external facing asset standpoint. The same thing with I will continue to repeat. Disabling and blocking SMB. If you don't, if there is no business purpose for that in your environment, strongly revisit that. The other piece I would say is, especially with the couple of the campaigns that Oscar mentioned, backups, right? It is critical to maintain backups, and not just end of date. It's also important to think about it in the context of offline backups, because as the threat actors are evolving, you need encrypted backups that you can that it's also important to regularly test them, so that you know when you're called to task in the event of a major campaign, they are actually available to you, and they are available and maintained offline. And the final thing I would add there is awareness is important. I think security is not just for security teams. We're at a point where security, there needs to be a baseline awareness of the problems and challenges in our businesses today across your entire company. Everyone in the company needs to think about security, and that's where there's got to be a baseline user awareness program that keeps your employees aware of the challenges we face today. And
yep, fantastic points for sure, Sonu. Two things I like to say is, no normal hunt evil, right? That's a common thing. So baselining is so important. We were talking about curb roasting attacks yesterday, and there's no signature you're going to identify those curb roasting attacks. But what you do, though, you baseline that environment to see how many curb roast ticket requests you have in a day. You see a spike, you investigate that. You see one user suddenly try to hit 100 different service accounts, you investigate that. So it's identifying those anomalies and hunting them as evil. And yeah, backups, get them offline, air gap your backups. Our bad guys who are ransoming folks, they're finding your backups. If they're network connected, they will be patient until they get access into that storage container and destruct your backups before they launch the destruction on the rest of your environment. So back it up, get it offline, even if it's a pain, get it offline. All right. Done.
All right. Well, you know what, Oscar and Sonu, I think you just blew our minds. There's a few questions in the chat. Before we do look at those, I just need to hear, you're talking about O days. I just need to hear you say default deny, because that was like awesome.
Default deny. And like I said, I am a Kentuckian. That does mean a few things. The other thing I didn't mention is I get this dope accent. So you guys are all welcome for that today.
You just got to listen for those Oscarisms. They're awesome.
We need that on a shirt, Oscar. I love it. Default deny.
Yeah.
So, when I look at the couple questions in the chat, it looks like, again, when I say you blew our minds, I kind of get that, because everybody's looking for where can we go to find out more? What are some good some sites that might give us some lessons or some good, and we had a couple people jump in with some answers, but can you guys see those comments?
I see the questions. Well, one person actually shared our playbooks. So thanks for that. Other resources, really just do a lot of poking around here. Like Twitter's hot. If you get on Twitter, find researchers that you respect, follow those researchers and look for who, they interact with, who they retweet. It's a very good source of information, continually up to date too. You're going to a lot of times see the late breaking, first breaking stuff on there. I mentioned before, there's a lot of good free feeds out there. The Alien Vault feed I like, the Telus feed I like, InfraGard, the SANS Storm Center is awesome as well. A lot of good information on there. But then, don't discredit, there's a lot of good blogs out there that's, we're putting out some cool stuff on FRSecure's blog. Ars Technica has some cool stuff, Dark Reading. There's tons and tons of resources. Really don't limit yourself to a box. You can be pretty versatile here. See what works for you and spend a little time finding those resources. And also, when you find good resources, share them with your community, share them with people and your peers, because that's a big thing here. If we go back to the beginning of this talk, I talk about how there are people who are charging you for threat intelligence. To me, I don't like that at all. I think we talk about this big challenge and we feel like we're losing. The only way we overcome this challenge and we begin to win is when we freely share information between ourselves and each other. We're powerful in numbers. We're not powerful alone. So I think I encourage that as well. If you find something cool, share it with the world.
Yeah, absolutely, Oscar. And one addition I would add is I really like how CISA has evolved as an organization, and the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency is part of the Homeland Security. And I would encourage you guys, if you haven't already, to download and read the ransomware guide that CISA published, I want to say late calendar 2020. The principles and the first principles that are outlined there are still apply today, and I would expect them to apply for the foreseeable future. So definitely a great resource.
Yeah, I completely agree. I see somebody else is asking about education, on how they kind of get into a career with FRSecure or Arctic Wolf. My biggest point of advice is just go do some stuff. Get on Hack the Box, start learning offensive security, look online for, forensic challenges, start working through those things, network as well, find a mentor, find someone who's willing and able and wants to help you coach you to get to that next point. For me, when we're interviewing people, it's more about that passion of someone who wants to be in this field. And it's more about that attitude and that drive and motivation to continue to educate and learn themselves that I'm impressed with much more than the certificates and the education on the back end. If you've got the right mentality, the right attitude, and you're passionate about this, and it's really what you want to do, there's a lot of good organizations that are going to love that, and they're going to love to give you an opportunity and help you get to that point you want to be, because you can't fake passion.
Yeah, I agree, Oscar. And also, if you think about someone specifically asked about Arctic Wolf as well. And I think, going back to this is a team sport idea, there are several different aspects to security if you think about it, right? I'm on the product management side. There is the security analyst and incident response side. There is the marketing side. There's a sales side. There's every single business function is incredibly important to the overall objective of the security industry overall. And I would, as to echo Oscar's point, I would highly encourage you to all to find, especially if you're looking for a career in cybersecurity, every piece of that, every business function, every cross-functional team matters. Everyone has a role to play. Whether it's increasing awareness to the problem space, whether it is actively involving yourself in operations, whether it's establishing partnerships, whether it's training or actually building product. They are all important aspects of the overall problem we're trying to solve here. It's an incredibly challenging and important problem. It is a defining problem, if you will. It's a challenging problem enough that it's going to define our times and this decade for a while. And I think everyone has a role to play, and there's enough work in the industry that we need all the help we can get, and we want to keep growing and keep this moving. So I'm happy to help on that side as well.
You guys have been great. I mean, the resources are coming in fast and furious here on the chat, so that's awesome. We'll make sure to summarize that for y'all. I can't thank you enough. I love the theme, Sonu, that you carry through from even earlier this morning. Everybody is kind of giving similar messages, Oscar, as we all unite on cyber information security. It's so great to hear the same things coming up, so we keep speaking that same language. So awesome job, everybody. We've got 15 minutes. Thank you, Sonu. Thank you, Oscar. We're going to come back at 2 Central, and we're going to talk about cyber insurance with Tim Smit at Lockton.
All right.
Thanks a lot.
Pleasure.
See you guys.
Good job.
Thanks. Bye.
Hi, Tim. This is Renee.
Hi, Renee. How are you?
I'm doing great. While we give everyone a break, I just wanted to check in and let you know that, well, ask you, you've got everything from a presentation side shortly here once the break is over. If you need any help, got help with the chats? I know we have a lot of people on our end as well.
I don't have anybody assisting me with the chat, so if you have somebody that could assist, that'd be phenomenal. And
we have a group
I'm ready to.
Yeah.
And I can share my screen anytime you're ready for me to put my screen up too.
Yep, Ariel will help you with that at about 5 till.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
She'd
and
ping
then
me. Go ahead.
And then when we do the actual Q&A, so you're going to give yourself about a half an hour and then we'll do some Q&A. If you need help with what questions come in on that Q&A, I'm happy to jump in and help you with those.
Okay. I see Alex is on here. He's going to take care of my Viking questions that come through.
I'm sure there will be lots of help, subject to personal opinion, of course.
Of course.
All right, we'll see you in a little bit.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
I travel now. Second.
We'll be ready to start in about 3 minutes, everybody. Hey, we're back. I see Tim's ready to rock, so why don't we get started? Tim, I just want to say a welcome to you. We are now, for everyone's benefit, going to be talking with you about cyber insurance. And as the cyber risk consulting practice lead at Lockton, we're looking forward to what you have to share with us today. Everybody keep the chats going. That keeps things interesting and exciting. And I know Mike Kennedy is hanging on the line from Ostra, who's going to wrap things up after Tim. So let's get going, Tim. Let's see what you got.
Awesome. Well, thank you all for attending today. Thank you for allowing me to come and talk with you, and we'll dive right in. So we have a polling question, literally, to start this bang off, if you will. Think about you and your organizations, and do you think your organization is insurable today? If you can answer that, that would be awesome. Now, when you think about this, there's 2 more polling questions coming later. And I'm going to ask you just to think in your mind right now, why do you think, whatever that response is, yes or no, why is it that you believe you are or are not insurable today via cyber insurance? All right, so statistics that came in, we have 80%, 87% say yes, you are insurable, and we have 13% that say no. That's a good number. I like that. Well, let's find out if we really are or not. So what we have seen from within Lockton, and I'm trying to change my screen here. It's not moving for some reason. Hold on, please. There we go. Got too far. Hold, please. Okay. What we have seen over the past 18 months, and I'm going to bring it much closer in the past few weeks, but over the past 18 months, what we have seen from our underwriters is a major uptick in claims being submitted from ransomware, business interruptions caused by that ransomware, and so forth. And what that has caused is our carriers to have to pay out much quicker than they used to do in the past. If you think past 18 months ago, 3 years ago, 5 years ago, 6 years ago, the personal identifiable information, PII claims, data breaches were the ones that were being submitted, going to litigation, taking time for it to a claim to actually be paid out because it was going through litigation and other aspects. It took the carriers time to actually have to pay out. Today, though, they're having to make those payments immediately regarding the ransomware, where then the businesses are also suffering those business interruption losses, data restoration costs, and so forth, additional costs. The chart that you see in front of you right now are results that we pulled on our own internal Lockton clients back in April timeframe of 2021. And these are the statistics that we identified. And I won't read them off for you, but you can see that some of them are a little bit staggering, and we're updating it right now. And the numbers are definitely different today. That brings us to where we're at right now. In the past 3 to 6 weeks, what we have seen are not catastrophic losses per se or claims, but the uptick in the total amounts of losses have definitely climbed. We're seeing that the average cost of the data breach is around $4 million. That's the average cost. And we have clients and entities that are not our clients that we know of that have had much larger costs incurred for those impacts, whatever it may have been. These aren't necessarily all regarding ransomware. It's the interruption itself. And if you think about your organization and talking with any internal IT team leaders, CISOs, CIOs, whomever they might be, control of your internal network is generally good. It's the external entities. It's the third parties that have direct access or have access to your information or systems and so forth that are compromising your client, your organizations, and so forth, causing you to still have those interruptions. Now, what we've also seen is a transfer of additional risk in contracts, contractual obligations, requirements. In order to even bid on something or to secure a particular contract, you're being required to hold a certain amount of cyber insurance. That's not changing anytime soon from what we see, and it's potentially even going to increase. And there's some conflict with that because the chances of getting cyber insurance are becoming much more difficult, and we'll talk about that shortly. The key insurability line items, if you will, are here. And where you think about with what a interruption your organization may or may not have suffered over the past 12 months or so is regarding how well you're able to identify abnormal activity, contain it with segmentation and or automatic mitigation controls, and then being able to respond to that and recover quickly, minimizing that interruption. But as you go through any incidents, if you review any of your incidents, go through the root cause analysis, you're going to have a number of these issues, these losses that are showing up on your screen right now. And if you don't have cyber insurance today because you don't believe you have a technology or a cyber risk, I would venture to bet that the majority of all processes that your organizations do today have an underlying technical aspect. You're utilizing email, you have employees, you're making payroll online. Even if you've outsourced them to a third party, ultimately your organization is still responsible for the protection of that information and those services that are being provided. If those are compromised, again, ultimately your organization is responsible for those, whereas you then do have a cyber exposure. If you are transferring of goods, you have stock throughput, food and beverage, transportation. Think of a transportation organization. All of the vehicles that go into your maintenance bay, what do they do on a daily basis? At the end of the day, they plug into a computer, and that computer downloads all the diagnostics of that said vehicle. If that computer in the maintenance bay was to be breached, compromised, and uploads ransomware to your vehicles, this is true story, your property policy will not cover that because the property itself is not damaged. It is disabled. It's bricked like a computer is. You have brick. The vehicles are not damaged. Again, the cyber insurance policy would cover those. Your property policy would not be triggered. And generally that property policy will have an exclusion on it that will tell you that there is no cyber coverage for anything that causes disablement of your property, if you will. So when you go through those types of discussions in your organization, and with what we still hear today is we do not have a cyber exposure, I would love to have 10 minutes with those individuals, and I bet we can identify a laundry list of exposures that have not been taken into consideration that are driven by a cyber, I'll say, component, if you will. Cyber is a peril. It's not just an insurance policy today. It is a part of the losses that every organization is suffering today. And these are just the primary coverages. With what we do within Lockton itself, and with what you should be asking your broker and your insurance carriers, is to provide you the best products that are available to your organization, not out of the box, literally customized with what your critical risks and exposures are, and then drafting that program to address these and any other components that you might have exposures to. Identifying your acceptable levels of risk, and whatever is not acceptable, that should be then discussed for the transfers to the insurance program. On top of that, now, within our updates and with where we're at in the past 3 to 6 weeks, our markets are changing. Previously, you might have received an application that was a yes, no, how many records do you hold, maintain, and what's your revenue for the organization? How many locations do you have internationally or just locally, and so forth? And then you were basically submitting that and obtaining cyber insurance. If you think about your property policies today, you have to have certain requirements that meet codes such as fire suppression systems, sprinkler systems, whatever it may be. That's the exact same aspect with what's happening in the cyber market today. You have to have certain controls in place today. Otherwise, you are either going to be non-renewed. If you do have cyber insurance, you will either be non-renewed, or you will be declined coverages, or you will pay exponential amounts additionally than with what you have paid in the past for your premiums, but potentially even having reduced limits. So if you had 10 million last year, you might get 2 million. That might cost you at $500,000 more for lack of limit of coverage. We don't want that. So what we're trying to do within those capacities is head those off by talking with our clients around 4 to 6 months prior to your renewal, going through the applications, going through identifying critical controls that you may or may not have in place today, prioritizing those, leveraging partnerships like FRSecure, and being able to go in and implement those solutions before the renewal time frame is in place, improving your overall risk posture, improving your review from an underwriter's perspective, and that viewing you as a good risk versus a non-renewable risk, if you will. We have seen between an easy 10% increase in premiums for really good controls being implemented, where we've seen up to 200% premium increases for controls that are not viewed very well, where there is a lack of information control, if you will. Your underwriters are really looking for 3 main things. Can you identify abnormal activity? How? Do you have a SIM? Are you reviewing that proactively? Do you have a SOC, Security Operations Center, that's monitoring your networks? Are you able to then, once you do identify those, containing the situation so it does not cascade and become a catastrophic loss to your organization and to any of your partnerships or providers that you work with directly? And then once you're able to contain the situation, being able to respond, mitigate, and then minimize that disruption, the response and recover aspect, where then the insurance carriers are being able to say, yes, you have control of your situation. They do view that they know that you're going to have an incident. They know it's going to cost something for you to do the right things. They know that. However, if you're unable to show that you can do that, that's where you're being basically penalized, if you will. You cannot show proof that you can identify, contain, respond, and recover quickly, minimizing losses, is where the markets are literally stepping away. They don't want those types of risks. They're unwilling to write them today. And if they are, they're going to charge for it. Definitely. Some of the main big things on this particular slide, though, additionally, are the pullback of coverages, the loss of those coverages. So if we don't have the multi-factor authentication enabled across the entire organization, not just email, any access to any critical systems, even on-premise, direct connectivity to those, if those credentials are not protected adequately based on the underwriter's needs, those are going to be viewed and scrutinized and potentially penalized, if you will, where there's going to be additional costs, if not, again, the non-renewable or declination of coverage for that organization. So it really has become a much tighter, harder market to obtain the appropriate coverages that your organizations need. Now, before I go into this particular, I'm going to ask if we can do our second polling question. So based on with what we've talked about, and then we'll talk about the security issues here, is does your organization today already have cyber insurance? And if it does, that's great. Are you prepared? And do you believe you will continue to maintain that cyber insurance moving forward based on where you're at today and or with where your strategy is today as well? And I don't know if if it actually is going to pop up or not, if we have that for the polling question number 2. I know we have a third one at the very end as well, but if it doesn't pop up, that's okay. Just take that into consideration. Think about if you do have it, great. Are you prepared for the renewal? And if you're not ready for the renewal, highly recommend start doing it right now, even if it's next year at this point in time, because it's going to be a change based on what you've done in the past. That's for sure.
Hey, Tim,
So I see that we're having.
just ask that question again. We're having a little trouble with our polling.
Sure. So does your organization currently have cyber insurance? That's the question.
Okay.
Yep. Okay. So some of the top cybersecurity issues that we've seen from our underwriters and with what we have seen from the losses that have been conducted, the forensics investigations and the root cause analysis been provided back out. Multi-factor authentication, again, criticality of knowing who and or what has access to your system, your information. And the information can be business sensitive information, financial information, whatever it is. What and who has access to it? Do they need to have access to it? How are they accessing it? Where are they accessing it? What can they do with that information? And so forth. If the responses on your applications, cyber applications, come back as you do not have MFA enabled on all endpoints, generally that will be a strike against the organization, and the underwriters potentially will walk away from that number one control right there. It can be on your mobile devices, no matter how and where you have access to information. If it's not being protected with MFA, potentially you're going to be a non-renewable insured moving forward. That is probably one of the most critical controls that we have seen that has caused organizations to lose their cyber insurance. There's a number of these other ones. Regular training and awareness phishing. That has become a more critical control in the past 3 months than ever before. And it's not just on the fact of training on a big desktop. I keep looking up here because I have my big desktop in front of me. It's not just training on that. It's training your audience members, especially if you have remote users and so forth that have a mobile device and they're checking their emails on their mobile devices. Having the training of email, phishing, social engineering conducted on that mobile device is critical. An email on a desktop and an email on a laptop and an email on an iPad, a Surface, and a mobile phone all look different. Having the tags that say this email is coming from an external entity, bright lights, bright colors, whatever it is critical, especially on those mobile devices. Training your organization to spot those quickly so that while they're driving, wherever they might be in the world, when they're checking an email on their mobile device, if it's not giving them the alerts that, hey, this is something external, but it's coming from somebody on my team within Lockton.com, why is it coming from external? Should be an alert that, hey, maybe this isn't coming from Lockton.com. Maybe it's Octon.com, whatever it might be. But it's the training aspect that's critical. Because again, most of the issues that we have seen outside of the MFA aspect is being caused either by a third party or a human error of clicking on something, doing something that they haven't been trained on, aren't aware of, and it's human nature to let's click on this. Well, it's coming from Tim. I know Tim, and it's coming from an internal Lockton. Click, and now I've caused an uh-oh, and we don't want that. The underwriters definitely don't want that. So that training piece is critical. And there's two separate questions for your training. Security awareness training, including phishing, or not, sorry, back up. Security awareness and education training, annual training for all employees, renewed training of those components of policies, why it's important for somebody to do what they're supposed to be doing, adhering to the policies that have been laid out for the organization to comply with. That's one training aspect. The second is the phishing training. The underwriters are looking for your organizations to be offering that every 30 days, if not even more so. Every 6 months, every year is not sufficing anymore. It literally is at a much more common frequency of training on phishing events, but also again to the mobile device, to the application that the peripheral that the users are utilizing, not just on a desktop. Focus those onto the peripherals that they're utilizing, please. It will also help your organization be more resilient to those issues that happen. Network segmentation, critical component as well, because we want to ensure, the underwriters want to ensure, but also us within Lockton, being able to minimize and automatically contain a situation wherever it goes. If an uh-oh is identified at one particular area, it can't cascade across networks. It can't cascade across manufacturing plants, locations, and so forth. Automatic segmentation is critical because again, it minimizes the issue and allows you to focus in on that segment, eradicate it, and continue operating and not suffer any major losses, if any, at all. That business interruption might be caused within that particular segment, but it might not be even enough to cover your deductible or retention, if you will, on your insurance program. And that's where the underwriters want you to get to, is be able to identify it quickly, contain it, respond, recover as quickly as possible. And the last one I'm going to talk to on this particular slide is the end-of-life software, especially if you're a regulated entity. If you have any end-of-life software or hardware in your production environment, most of the US regulations will identify you as non-compliant to that regulatory requirement of updating and protecting your information, your systems. If you have end-of-life software in production that you are unable to provide patches and appropriate compensating controls to, you're non-compliant at that point in time. That is critical for the regulatory aspect. Fines can be levied, reputational damage, because those fines might be publicized depending on the size, and so forth. So again, going through identifying your assets, what those assets are, how many of them are end of life, creating a sunset schedule, removing them from your production, segmenting those, taking all critical and sensitive information off of those devices until you can replace them, is probably your number one control aspect in that particular line item. If you don't have a plan and you go to the markets and you have a large number of end-of-life systems in your network that are a part of your critical production lines, that will be viewed very negatively and potentially, again, a non-renewable issue for cyber insurance moving forward. So take the time, do the asset inventory, discover what systems you have, how many of them are end of life. If you don't know, I'd highly recommend starting that effort right now. Get a good handle of it, start migrating those off of your production line into a sunset program where you can then replace those with additional programs. If you have compensating controls in place on your application, highly recommend articulating what those compensating controls are that allow the protection of that information that resides on those end-of-life platforms. If you're unable to articulate those, that again will be viewed negatively against that organization. Just a few incidents that we've seen and happened. I won't go into those in great detail. I just wanted to have those for you. And I believe you'll have access to this particular slide deck. I want to get to some of the questions here once we get to the end here. Some factors to consider, making sure that with what you do, digital data restoration is not a quick process. If you have not gone through a digital data restoration exercise, I'd highly recommend taking that in consideration and trying it, seeing how long it really takes, how far back can you go in your backup systems, if you will, and restore from. How are those being protected? Who has access to them? What systems might have access to that particular backup data, and so forth. Thinking about how quickly you can recover, again, the three pieces of the underwriter's question. How quickly can you recover if you are compromised in any capacity is going to be a critical question that you need to answer for the underwriter so they view you as a good risk. Additionally, that ties into your business continuity plan, being able to be resilient to any cyber event or data breach compromise, where again, you're able to respond and continue operating with minimal interruption for whatever those incidents are. The continuity of your organization is critical, not only for your success, but also for success for obtaining and securing and maintaining cyber insurance, especially if you require it for those contractual needs for RFPs and so forth, which then also feeds into the next piece. Having a flexible, livable, and viable incident response plan. Knowing that you have one, testing it, training on it at every level, individual teams, at a board level, training on that incident response plan, identifying gaps continuously, not just annually. Every incident that you have, utilize the response plan, go through it, make sure that it is working, that it's operational, that it is fluid, that the appropriate team members know their roles and responsibilities, are able to execute them timely, that you have a communications team working. And the first external phone call that you have is going out to a breach coach, an external law firm that you've negotiated or you either have through your cyber insurance program, and or if you don't have cyber insurance, that you have negotiated a particular rate with that particular external law firm to assist you in guiding you at that. Now, I was just recently at another convention where I mentioned breach coach, and the majority of the audience had never heard of the term breach coach. The breach coach is a law firm. They are focused on cyber events, data breaches, and they handle everything on your behalf. What they are is basically your quarterback or your 911 operator. If you have an incident and your team is investigating it, and you start thinking that there might be a data breach that you aren't sure of yet, highly recommend you contact that breach coach. What they do though at that point in time is they'll start dispatching while they're keeping you on the phone, keeping you calm. They're going to start dispatching potentially forensics investigators. You might already have some other third-party providers that provide forensics investigation, incident response plan, or incident response services. That breach coach will contact them on your behalf, now encapsulating that entire conversation and now this incident within the client attorney privileged aspect of it, whereas any discovery aspect is only going to be regarding work product that's happened prior to this incident, not for this incident. It's protecting your organization. While they're engaging those providers on your behalf that you have already established relationships with, they're able to assist you in determining characteristics of issues. Hey, this might be the issue. This might be the root cause. Look here, kind of look there. It's not just the law firm aspect. They are technical experts as well. They can provide you a lot of guidance and direction that's already provided to you in your cyber insurance program. What that is though, you're able to respond quickly with additional resources that help you contain the situation before it becomes catastrophic. Again, this is why it's very critical to have that incident response plan in place, utilizing that breach coach, because if you have that, that's part of one of the questions on your cyber application, is if you've tested it with a tabletop exercise or in real life that you've actually executed that, the underwriters are going to be very confident the fact that you're going to be able to call the breach coach, and they're going to be able to contain the situation before it becomes catastrophic. That's critical for the cyber insurance world. Understanding with what's available to you, maximizing that, and being able to, again, identify, contain, respond, and recover. Those are the main components of that. So what we do, this is a little bit about Lockton with how we're trying to help our clients in that aspect. What we've built out our program is around the cybersecurity framework, and we can work with any framework. It can be ISO, it can be high trust, it can be ITIL, COSO, COBIT, you name it. What we want to do is identify with what your critical components are for your organization, what tool sets do you already have in place, and overlay our partnerships, again, similar to what we utilize FRSecure with, and our partnership with them is overlay their services, their expertise in helping our clients identify their risks, being able to protect them proactively, being able to detect them quickly, again, identifying and detecting, and then containing that response, and then recovery quickly, minimizing your losses. And if we can show that, and you can show that, that's you're going to be resilient to most cyber events that happen today. You're minimizing the impact that it's going to have to your organization, and you're going to be able to continue operating, again, with minimal interruption. And that's where we want to get to, proactively preventing a bad day from actually happening. And what can you do? Here are just a number of what the underwriters are needing, what we recommend you do. And if you have cyber insurance, highly recommend reaching out to your brokers, asking them for their most recent applications so you can start filling those out. Prioritize any of the questions that you don't have an answer for. If you're unaware of the control, if the answer is a hard no, you don't have it, that's one I would highly recommend prioritizing and focusing in on so that you can implement those controls, partnering with third parties that can help implement those on your behalf, and so forth. But it really is about being a more resilient organization, knowing and understanding your underwriters do know that you're going to suffer an incident. They do know it's going to have an impact on you. If you're able to just show the fact that it's going to be a minimal impact because you have the appropriate controls in place, that you have institutional knowledge, if you will, of what information you have. Think about your information flow path. We know what we collect or create. We know where it goes. We know who uses it internally. We know where we share it externally. We know where we're storing it, archiving it. We know the entire process of that. We're retaining it for a set period of time, ultimately destroying it once it becomes obsolete and no longer required. And we can show that flow path and all of the controls around that. You're in a very good position. That's where you want to be at. Now, that's not it, but our last polling question, and then I'm going to go to your guys' questions, is now, based on what we've talked about, do you think your organization is insurable? Do you have MFA across the board? Do you have encryption across the board for your critical systems? Do you have any end-of-life systems in your production lines? Do you have a SIM? Do you have a SOC? Are you able to contain? Do you have automatic network segmentation in place today? If you have all of those, that should be a fairly easy question to answer. If you don't have those, that's where we want to make sure your organizations are focused in on now. So based on the poll, 70% of you still believe you are insurable. That's awesome. That's great. And that's where I want you to be, and continue implementing those controls, continue to expand on those. And 30% said no. If you don't believe you are, we'd love to be able to talk with you and help understand why you don't think you are, and see if we can't devise a strategy to help you with those components. So now that's my presentation, and we did want to leave about 15 minutes of Q&A for the group because we knew there would be a number of questions. So Miss Renee or Alex, what are the questions that have been posed at us today?
You are awesome, Tim. You really know how to amp through it all. We do have a lot of questions. We also got your other missing polling question up on the screen right now, so you can get some closure on that and not lose sleep tonight. So while everybody answers that, I'm going to direct you to your Q&A tab at the bottom of the screen. Can you see those questions?
I am going to go to it right now.
Go to the tippy top. I think that first question's a great one. Are cyber insurance companies developing standards for us to follow to maintain coverage at the lowest cost?
There we go. So our cyber insurance company is developing standards for us to follow to maintain coverage and at the lowest cost. There isn't necessarily a standard or a framework that they're utilizing, or positioning you to be compliant with. What they are is adaptable to your frameworks. If your organization has applied a particular framework, and if you have an ISO 27000 certification, 27017 from the cloud, if you have those types of certifications, if you have a SOC 2 type certification, IRAP, TSACs, you name it, high trust for healthcare wise, and you're certified by those, that will be a good start for you. And the underwriters will view you as a more favorable risk already, because you're having an external party come in and do an independent audit, identifying critical areas. And if you have the full certification without conditional certification aspects, you should be viewed in a very favorable manner.
Awesome. What about Tim's question? Who should have cyber insurance? Is it just for companies, analysts, both?
If your organization is providing a service, if your organization is utilizing email, if it's paying your particular employees through a third party, if you have a website, I would take into consideration cyber insurance. That's all I could say.
Somebody else was curious if Lockton utilizes pen testing companies to test insurability of policyholders, or is that something we might see in the industry soon?
So we don't necessarily do any pen tests, but we do have partnerships with a number of organizations that we can provide a non-intrusive assessment, cyber risk assessment on the particular client, which then identifies potential critical risks that a bad actor can have, that your underwriters might utilize as well, and take that raw data as fact and utilize that either in a positive or a negative manner against your organization. What we do with that particular type of assessment is provide it back to the appropriate team members at that organization and walk through the findings, validate the findings, and if they are accurate, then devise a strategy to a recommendation to resolve those, and then do a reassessment to ensure that that has been identified. There are a number of insurance carriers that are doing a pre-underwriting assessment, a cyber scan, if you will, of your networks and your organizations, where they're identifying, as Oscar was talking about, open RDP ports and other potential risks that might be posed to your organization, credentials that have been compromised and are being utilized today. And the most recent ones are from yesterday. And if they find those, they potentially may decline providing coverage until those have been resolved, or they'll provide you a conditional quote for coverage as long as you go and resolve the issues that they've identified. We do know that underwriters are utilizing BitSight and Security Scorecard about 45 days out before your renewal, and they're doing a pre-scan of your URLs. And if they come back, the raw data comes back, and it's at a negative score, meaning below 90% or below 90, if you will, you're going to potentially be scrutinized moving forward. So if you're utilizing those, recommend looking at them at least 60 to 90 days out ahead of schedule, so you can identify any of the glaring non-accurate identified risks, resolving those, and making sure that if and when the underwriters do pull that report, that it's pulling an accurate report on your behalf.
Great. I see a number of questions and clarity people are looking for around MFA. Say something about that to help us get it. What is it exactly that you're looking for?
So this is a moving target, and I apologize. It is a moving target. Take off the email piece of it. Ensure that your email components are in place, that you have multi-factor authentication on top of your email accounts. If you're utilizing VPN, utilizing MFA before you get to the VPN connection, if you will. If you have direct connection inside your data center where you go into a particular server and you have to log into a server that's physically on your premise, ensuring you have multi-factor authentication, utilizing different credentials. Do not use the same credentials that you have for your email accounts to any critical systems. If you have administrative accounts, admin accounts, if you will, making sure that those admin accounts are timed, they aren't full-time or a full session, that you use it once and a new credential is potentially generated for your next use of that particular account. The reason being is we have seen, the carriers have seen, we've seen admin accounts are being compromised. The credentials have not been changed. There isn't multi-factor authentication enabled onto those. And those are with what have been compromised, giving the bad actors access to a lot of systems, going in and creating files or folders and having redirection from your SIM and any other alert systems going into these archive folders where nobody has visibility to. The email accounts are not being alerted to them because all of those alerts are going to this folder, and the bad actors can move across your organization without any notification to your organization, and they can set up for a very bad day for your organization. So the admin accounts, that's critical. Limiting any local admin rights, if not completely revoking all of them moving forward, that's critical as well. And then again, any system and or anybody accessing, especially your vendors. Here's a real world case scenario, is your vendors have also suffered issues because of the pandemic. They furloughed and or potentially let go of some of their workforce members, whereas you have provided credentials for that vendor to access your system or do something on your behalf. You haven't changed those credentials. And what the vendor has done is shared those with their new workforce members that have replaced whomever they potentially let go. Now there's more than one person utilizing that account. We don't want shared accounts. You can't have shared accounts. Your underwriters will penalize you if you have shared accounts. That goes for healthcare as well, nursing stations and so forth. Having an MFA solution, individual credentials for every person, every system accessing any critical systems in your network is critical. If you don't have it, potentially you will be a non-renewed client for cyber insurance.
Great. I see a number of questions that maybe we can answer within the chat. Do you want to take a look at some of the final questions? I know insurances, can be confusing, right? Any maybe final words of wisdom on how to be insurable?
Really just going through, talking with your brokers, working with a framework, utilizing a framework. And if you're able to show that, I'm just use ISO 27001, I was working with a client just yesterday on this, going through and providing the fact that you have identified, you have policies, you have processes around those policies, you're training on both the processes and the policies, you have the identification aspects in place, and this ties back to the cybersecurity framework as well. You're able to identify critical risks, you have proactive preventative controls in place, you have detective systems that can identify that abnormal activity, you're able to respond, you have an incident response plan, you've conducted tabletop exercises, and you can show that you have either zero trust or defense in depth, depending on what your terminology is, to minimize an incident from causing a catastrophic loss is where you want to ultimately get to. Again, the underwriters do understand you will have incidents, and that you won't get penalized for that. It's just about being able to identify them, contain them, respond to them, and recover quickly. That's the best you can do, is just be resilient to those types of issues.
So Tim, I'm sure you're open to having everybody reach out if they have any more questions specifically.
Definitely.
What's the best way for them to do that?
My email is timothy.smit, SMIT, @lockton.com. And please, I would love to chat with any and all of you. And Ms. Renee, is there any way we can capture all these questions? Because I would love to work with Alex and his team and go through these and providing best practices based on these questions, so we can share those both from the underwriter's view, but also from the technical view of FRSecure.
Absolutely, Tim. I am sure we're gathering them as we speak.
I'm sure that they were already captured. Just want to make sure though.
No, we're good. And if everybody's okay, first of all, Tim, thank you. It's a great way to kind of get some final thoughts for our day, is trying to understand that, and knowing that you are there and willing to take some additional questions is fantastic. FRSecure loves working with Lockton, and we'll continue to do that in light of some of these new questions. So that's great. So what we're going to do, everybody, is we're going to try to roll right into our next presentation. Mike Kennedy, the founder at Ostra, is our final presenter today before Evan wraps up briefly. Mike's got a short. I'm muted. How did I get muted?
You were hacked.
I was hacked. What did you hear? Okay, here's what we're doing, everybody. We are going to roll right into Mike Kennedy's presentation. Did you hear me say that?
Yes.
Okay, so Mike, are you getting ready? Tell you what, when you see a screen come up, just know we're going to roll into that. It's going to be fun. It's going to be short, and then we're going to wrap the day with Evan. And then I do have some final announcements and a few things to wrap up with, but we will end a little ahead of schedule. So hang tight. When you see the new screen go, then we're going, which looks like about now. Mike, are you there?
Yep.
Yay.
Sorry, I was double muted, so I apologize.
Okay, well, Mike, take it away and let's have some fun.
Let me get my video going too. So, next slide. I thought I'd throw this in here. Just if you guys remember the couple of sessions ago, Oscar showed one of his pictures. So I don't want to be confused with Oscar. I know the beard kind of looks a little similar, and my fish is a tiny bit bigger than his, but I thought we'd toss that in there. So about me, I hate these slides. I really do. So I'm going to try to talk to everything, and I do have a handler in the room in case I don't talk to everything I'm supposed to, or I lose focus. So Michael Kennedy, founder of Ostra. We're an MSSP. I know today's topic is what's wrong with MSSPs and tech providers. So hopefully we'll cover a little bit of that, but also, my background, a lot of experience in, Fortune 500 companies, mergers and acquisitions, large implementation of a decentralized security, global security program for one of those companies across the world. Today's topics, we're going to try to cover the best practices. We heard a lot today about, these businesses, these clients. How do we recognize the tools and the technology that they've been putting in place? I see a lot of questions or comments in the chat and the Q&A around, MFA enablement, or what are the other things I need to do? We need to reward that, remind them that they're doing things. It might not be everything, but we're taking attempts to remediate some of this cyber risk, and we need to recognize people for that. Challenges, what are the most obvious things that's getting ignored? You hear a lot about awareness, training, multi-factor authentication. There's a lot of pieces there. And then what opportunities do we have as MSSPs and tech providers that we can kind of step up and help these guys learn more and focus on the right things? Why an MSSP? I thought I'd throw this in here. There's obvious reasons why you would use an MSSP, or specifically the tech providers. You can outsource your security operations center. You can gain an incident response team. You can have ongoing vulnerability scanning, training. So there's a lot of different pieces that come to allowing us to provide these services to businesses, as well as a business not being able to, initially afford or hire all of the resources that they need to out of the gate to build out a security organization. Probably the biggest thing here, though, is that if you're looking for an MSSP or a provider in this space, that that there's a lot of questions that you should be asking this organization and your vendors. You know, how much do you need to manage? You know, what blinky lights are you going to get, and who's going to take care of those blinky lights? How much is it going to cost? What are the hidden costs? You know, who's looking at those logs? If you're hiring a SOC and they're logging everything for you, then who's looking at that? Who's doing the remediation? Not just sending you a report with that you need to address all of these vulnerabilities or these issues, but actually kind of guiding you through what does that remediation look like, or how do you do the remediation? So, and then lastly, and I've seen it a couple of times in the chat today and comments of that defense in depth, layered security. It's really important to not just get one solution. There are multiple solutions. You need an EDR, then you need network monitoring, then you need email monitoring. So there's so many of these pieces, and making sure that the logs are being looked at, things are being remediated. So, move along. So first section here is how do we look at rewarding these, you know, current cybersecurity efforts. So really, you know, what there's a lot in the industry, you know, what we're seeing right now, a lot of feedback from our peers and our customers that, you know, there's a lot of good being done. You know, I talk to businesses all the time that are saying that they have X technology and they have this, and it's good technology. They're, you know, we can't put down other vendors or other solutions because it's a good solution. So hopefully we'll, you know, we can create that area where it's an honest and open communication, that we can talk about that these guys are taking the right steps, that if it is that competitor tool and it's a good one, that, you know, that's good, you're doing something well. You know, I know it's a pain in the butt to implement solutions, manage tools. You know, we do it every day, and learning something new, hiring people, getting trained up, deploying it, getting buy-in, it sucks. And you know, being honest with somebody that they're doing something. The other side of it is this fear. You know, we have a lot of fear in our industry that the world's going to collapse. You know, my cousin was texting me something last night about some new thing that he's worried about, a solar, you know, attack and shutting down all of the internet. And my response to him was that would be great. If all social media was shut down tomorrow, I think, you know, quite a few of us would be very happy. But in this fear, though, is hard not to push, and making sure that we are communicating this positivity about the steps and the things that people need to work on, because we're building this relationship. We're helping these people. You know, I was working with a business the other day, and we were going through their security plans and, you know, things that they had implemented post a breach, and I'm like, wow, that's really cool. You've done that, you've done this, and, you know, how are you addressing that? And they were talking through this stuff, and then they got to the point where they felt comfortable and vulnerable that they could share that they have OpenRD to China and India at that current moment. No MFA, no VPN, no firewall policies. And my heart started racing, and, you know, and talking to them, and it was like, okay, you know, that's your priority now. You've done all these great things. How can we close these doors for you? You know, caring about that business, you know, what they're doing, why they're successful, you know, ensuring that they're a business. This is something somebody's built. You know, as a business owner, I have the same thing. You know, so you come to me and start telling me, you know, everything you do is crap, then I'm going to shut my ears and ignore you. You know, building this foundation of trust will help clients honestly share their concerns, fears, and then lets us be a good partner to them. You know, we need to detect, prevent, and remediate. So we need to have those relationships. I'm going backwards, sorry. Advocacy. This is another one too, is we see a lot of clients ending up with a to-do list that they don't really know what to do with. They're stuck with reports on what they should do. They have this burden, and they're not sure, they need help walking through it. We need to simplify this for them. And, our mantra is simplifying cybersecurity. Our goal is to help, guide them through it, hold their hand, ensure that, tools are getting implemented. They understand what these alerts are doing and how to remediate them. What are the best practices or policies that they should look at? And then a lot of times, we all get this question, I feel like, is, what should I do first? How do I manage this? And so what I've, my parents or friends or business owners, they're always kind of, what do I do? And really, I want to make sure that I educate them fully, not just tell them to go buy an AV or protect their email or, maybe some training, but the theme today that I caught throughout the entire speakers is this awareness, creating this awareness. And, Joe talked about BECs this morning, and how prevalent they were. Aaron's talked about, some personal experiences, and then, where that hit home for me is I had an aunt who got caught in a foreign lottery scheme and gave away $90,000. She was thinking that she was getting this generational money for her kids and grandkids, and just taking the time to sit down and talk to her or family and friends about how phishing campaigns happen, what our attackers are looking for, how social media is used to compromise credit cards and personal information. So that awareness and training, just going that extra step to educate them, these tools. So, and the other part of it is, you hear this a lot too, is, not just selling them a blinking light and a product, going through, taking the extra time. My mantra is an extra 30 minutes of my day to help someone understand how to address their security gap is a hell of a lot easier than a 2 a.m. incident call to work on. Our stance is we call FRSecure. Either Mike or Oscar or the FRSecure team, don't call us first. We talked about educating clients, making sure, also be the trusted partner. I talked about that in the first slide, is building that honesty, that relationship with these partners. We see a lot of businesses that are just tired of not knowing how to manage their tools that were sold to them, not really knowing what those tools do, and how they were implemented, what do they do with them, and so on. So next is kind of transparency. We really, this is a big one for us. There's certain values that I bring into the workspace, and that's kind of the honesty, the open-mindedness, and willing. And I look at transparency as that open-mindedness. We're not afraid to promote competitors. We work with them where we understand what they do. Maybe we're not the right fit. We're a unique service offering, and not always are we going to be a right fit for a customer, and we'll be the first ones to refer them to someone else that will be a better fit. We look at our core purpose, and that's to prevent or recover quickly from cyber attacks. And as part of not being the right solution, it's good to refer them to others. And what I realized that this industry is very tiny compared to the opportunities that we have against threat actors that are out there. So there's a lot of businesses that don't have anything in place at all today that could use all of us to do things. The other piece of it too is to work with multiple partners to get through the solutions. As we partner with Lockton, we partner with pretty much everybody that's in this today, Arctic and FR, we partner with everybody. Because what we've discovered is, we're not really competitors. When we sit down and look at it, and our leadership teams, the technical teams sit down, and we discover that we can be strategic partners rather than trying to take money away from each other, and let's partner together and help these businesses or these people be more secure in their infrastructure. So this is really important. So we have a poll. now. So I don't know, Renee or Ariel, if you could launch the poll question.
Thinking Ariel's on it.
Sweet, thank you. So poll question, which area of cybersecurity are you most challenged? So if you look at these, finding the right tools, finding the right technology or the talent people, think of tools as blinky lights, and think of technology as your default deny policies or how the EDR is feeding to the SIM. And then also the talent. Are you finding the right talent that's out there? Wow, I was disappointed in this one. So finding the right talent. I think if you go through the chat, there are several people that are looking for jobs right now. And if you post in there that you need talent or you need people, I think you can find quite a bit of resources that you can pull into your organization. I know I'm going to do it later. We're always looking for entry-level security analysts. So we'll definitely be reaching out to people. So.
We'll do a question, Mike, before we move on.
Oh, we have a question. What's the
On
question?
this section.
Oh, great.
We'll handle questions at the Q&A portion, okay? You can just.
Perfect. Yep. I got it. I moved it off the screen. Sorry. So looking at your own company, what's something that you want to be more honest and transparent about? Thanks, Priscilla. This is not a fifth step session, so I'm gonna kind of try to paraphrase one. Let's look at, when we started this company three and a half years ago, I would say that we have gone through 6 different iterations of information security policy or information security office. We started with our ISO, we went with NIST, we started going some CISA. We've gone through different things. I was reading through chats earlier and I related to one that we talked a lot about. There's a lot of these policies and there's so much kind of legal term or so much to them. And building out that information security off, it can get overwhelming. So it really came down to for us of ensuring that we just have something down and written out for people, and ensuring that, mobile device policy, don't bring your kid's laptop to the office, simple stuff. So that's probably, it's okay. And I always tell people too, it's okay to be in progress through this as long as you're moving forward and working on something. Let's see. Move along. Any other? Okay.
So Mike, we'll do some Q&A at the very end. We'll keep this chat open and we'll let you grab those questions at the end.
Perfect. So challenges. What are the most obvious things? I think we know about this. I'm not going to reiterate too much. There's a couple of good quotes that I heard today. One was from Evan this morning. We are blindly adopting technology without the ability to implement it responsibly. That's a fairly large one. We pay for solutions as businesses, or businesses pay for solutions and that don't solve the problem. We're just creating more and more work and a false sense of cyber protection. That how many solutions that do we see sold out there that or have a guarantee or are told that you're never going to have an issue again. One of our clients had a well-known AV product that was pushed by their cyber insurance provider. They were touted as solving all of their business issues and that they wouldn't ever have a problem again post ransomware event. We got in there and it didn't stop any of the RD traffic from Germany. I mean, it wasn't an all be all end all solution. They needed to have a layered approach to the security. So ensuring that we're not perpetuating this problem. There's been a slight shift, I think, in vendors in the last few months in this regard, starting to talk to other vendors in this space, other partners, and and hearing a different message. You know, if you would have looked a year ago, the messages to clients would have been, why are you not prioritizing this? You need to fix X, get your MFA enabled. Why haven't you done this? Why? And now we're hearing a lot more and more of, you know, let me help you. How can I help you? Let me take care of this for you. And you know, and I'll use kind of a personal example too, is that, and I asked my wife's permission for this, so it's okay. So I found out yesterday that my wife hasn't had an oil change in her car since 2018. So I'm going to pause for that. 2018, 3 years. And so the principles I live in business that try to bring into my personal life, and I'm sitting there with my wife, and I can choose two paths. I can ridicule her and ask what the heck is wrong. You do this with all your cars. This is not right. Or I can sit down and I can put scheduled maintenance on the family calendar. And you know, why don't I just take care of it and drop her car off when it's needed? You know, she takes care of a lot of the house and the kids and shuttling and everything. So why not? Plus having a full-time job. So why not take on some of that stuff? And it's the same thing in business. You know, what's the right thing? What are we doing to make sure that we're building that trust? We're giving, you know, we're being advocates for these clients. And the other thing, you know, it sits in here too, is for me is, you know, what happens when a client gets a to-do and then they don't know what to do with it. You know, we hear a lot about alert fatigue. We heard Amanda earlier talk about mental health. You know, there's a lot of this noise, the news, everything going on right now. You know, there's all these reports that you get. You need to address all these things. We need exclusion lists, firewall policies. You know, let alone like every single day, Microsoft is sending us a notification about some feature enhancement that, when implemented, literally breaks everything for us. You know, and so what we really strive is we hunt down those channel partners that share our same culture, that solve problems rather than just identifying those problems. Tech silos, you know, there are so many tools, so many out there. Every day I learn a new tool that's out there that is a new SIM, is a new EDR, is a new XDR, is something, MFA solution. And what we see is, you know, how do we expect people to research all of this, to get enough knowledge, to manage it, to understand the environment, to not be behind. You want to be ahead of the next trend. Now, what is the next trend? And we've been talking about stuff for years, and we're still there. You know, cloud this, VPN's going away. You know, now I've been hearing that we're moving everything back out of the cloud to on-prem, because it's starting to sink into people that cloud is just somebody else's computer. You know, are they patching it? Are they maintaining it for you? You know, we need to get the basics done. We need to enable MFA. You need an asset inventory. You need patching. Simple basic stuff that you can build a spreadsheet together. So we ended up with a lot of countless conversations, you know, that people bought tools. We've bought tools. They won't work with other tools. We're not able to, you know, get the tools to talk together. We've, you know, businesses, you know, they're not sure how tools work. And they kind of get down this road and they're stuck in stuff. And so, you know, I heard earlier, you know, hop on Twitter and hop on other areas, you know, and that's really important. Find those experts that are vendor agnostic. You know, the FRSecure team, vendor agnostic. You know, we know that everyone has a favorite tool or solution that they think is best. And, you know, I know someone that has an AOL account. So I know, sure, there's a lot of people out here that know people with AOL accounts still, but they're not the best. You know, and what you need to do is, you find people like Rachel Arnold at Secure Nation, you know, someone who's going to tell you something that it's either junk or it can solve exactly what you're trying to do with experience and the knowledge to back it up. You know, those people are out there. And if you don't know Rachel, go look her up on LinkedIn. She's a fantastic resource for that. So gaps, you know, cybersecurity is is such an overused, overmarketed term. People are buying something because it's touted as that 100% protection, comes with a guarantee. The only thing that I see is it's 100% is an attacker is going to find a way to get in. And they're going to bypass your logging and cause harm. None of these tools are 100%. Nobody's 100%. Tie that with kind of this disorganized tool implementation. It leaves these gaps in the business and attack surface. Like I mentioned before, that business that had the OpenRD, they were compromised via phishing link. And with their cyber partner and the business leadership, their best course of action, they decided, was a SOC 2 assessment instead of addressing the email phishing. They implemented a lot of great tools, but they didn't implement email protection, and they didn't address the RDS server with the any rule on it. Two really critical things in my mind that should have been the top of the priority list. But they were told that X tool solved for email encryption, didn't solve for incoming email phishing. They were told these other tools, kind of this disorganized implementation. So what really needs to happen is we need to be clear on the entire costs and be clear on what they're buying and what they're getting and what the tool is going to solve. Lastly in here, that's something that really irritates me is, we got to let clients out of contracts. If they no longer want the crap that they bought from you, or their business has changed and they need a different solution, we should help them rather than being the one that pushes them into maintaining something that's not going to maintain their security for them. I'd rather help a client, refer them to a competitor or a different partner that's going to solve it and still be a good resource for them, rather than get a black eye and be the one in the industry that goes around that everybody talks negatively about. And tied in with this is summary. I don't think we have any other poll questions. So, and we kind of talked about the raw deal and how people are being, businesses and end users are dealing with situations that, they're kind of getting screwed over because there's so much noise out there. There's so many tools, some kind of the silos, the tech silos. We're focused on EDR and endpoint, and we don't focus on network, and we don't focus on SIM, and we don't focus on SOC. It's, we need to work together and solve a lot of those gaps for these guys. So where can we step up? Where can we keep learning, do better, take these opportunities? And really that comes into just saying no. I mean, it's the hardest thing. I especially, I like to help people. It's hard for me to say no. I always want to do something for someone. You need a ride in the middle of the night, I'm the guy you call. If your car's broke down or you're struggling with something, I'm the guy you call. This is hard for me, and it's hard for me to, look at, when we see this, blaming others or we need to take ownership for our solutions. We need the accountability. There's a lot of chatter right now about accountability and information security officers being held accountable for the implementation or lack thereof of security tools and implementation in their environment. I know there's some new stuff coming out where there's whistleblower opportunities where if your company isn't implementing the security policy completely and you're violating this, so it's good that we're getting a lot more of this visibility, but we need to take accountability for this and take ownership as well. So. Kind of the finger pointing, I kind of touched on this. If your company, if this is hard, because if you're an asshole and your company sucks, you're a tech provider, then I'll share my opinion privately. I won't do it publicly. I also will, lessons learned and talk to people about, because I want to learn. I want to know better. We have these businesses that choose to ignore us and try to get TeamViewer open or do these other things, and I share it. We're trying to take ownership because we want to help these guys understand the security risk that they have and how they can address it. So we're talking about this, and we're not blaming or pointing fingers to other vendors or clients, because again, we want to help at the end of the day. This is a fairly popular one too, that we've heard a lot today about sharing information. And we see a lot of competition in this space. There's 100 different SIM solutions. There's 100 different EDRs that are out there. We have people that are talking bad about other companies, and they're not as good as our solution. And we got to get to this point where competition is going to kill us in this space. We need to make sure that we're creating this safe environment that we can help these businesses instead of trying to poke at each other. And again, it fits back into this cultural values, open, honest communication, open source information that's out there, sharing of stuff, like what we saw last year with the SolarWinds and FireEye, and Kevin's announcement about the FireEye breach. Immediately, that open communication and how they fostered that open communication, and literally that next day, all the companies that jumped on board bad mouthing them, stating it would have never, they would have prevented that breach, that that never would have happened to them. Marketing emails that I got, I know our businesses, our clients got, our partners got about that same type of stuff. And it goes back to that finger pointing, the blaming, not sharing of info. It's the fostering this negativity in the industry that I'm the greatest and you have to buy my stuff because theirs sucks so much. And that's just the wrong mentality. We need to be pushing for more of this kind of open and honest communication and conversations. And you see that a lot with the different, podcasts and the different spaces. You're seeing some of that change is this honesty and this openness. But what I don't think that gets perpetuated very much is this vulnerability. We need to create this in a safe manner so that people can be vulnerable in sharing what's going on in that environment. Because we can't get better unless we talk about, what's going on. Because we're not unique. We're not, our dirty laundry is the same as the guys next door's dirty laundry is the next, or it's a little bit different from the next vendor. We all have something that we need to do better. And some of us have gone through that. And some of us have tackled it. We need to come back and partner better. And push for those honest and open conversations in our industry. We have to stop this. My XDR, I won't talk to your EDR or her MDR, or the whole, you can't have your logs. We need to ensure that we're, at the core of our mantra every day, how do we prevent these cyber attacks from happening? That's it. And we need to do everything behind that to ensure that we're working towards it. So lastly, and kind of ranted on for quite a while here, and well, what are the different areas opportunities that we see, some advice for the, focus on the tools, technology, and the talent for this industry. The other piece of it for me is the shadow we cast. And we heard a little bit of it earlier when we were talking about mental health. It's as leaders, as trusted advisors. When Amanda was talking, you really need to make sure that you're casting this shadow, that the tools and the talent are important. gone are the days of work-life balance. Now it's time management. You know, how are we managing our times to spend it with our family, to take care of ourselves? You know, where all that fits in. You know, the biggest thing for us is, you know, if we do the best work that we can do, you know, and Evan talked about this earlier, is the money will follow. You know, our purpose is, first foremost, is to be the best provider of cybersecurity for these businesses as we can, and then the money will follow after that. So money is not a priority for us either. You know, we are we try to be self-aware and honest to protect our clients. You know, we really need to make sure that we continue this culture of caring for people, you know, curating this talented, dialed in team, you know, making sure that this talent, this mental health piece is taken care of, that we perpetuate this time management, that family first is huge for us. We have to take care of those people, because that alert fatigue is real, and it's frustrating. So we need to prioritize, and part of that is bringing this empathy, you know, and I kind of touched on a little bit, you know, we're not unique, we're not alone in this. So in businesses, we have to make sure that we bring that empathy to them, that they're not alone. We're here with them. You know, I'm not the first person to start an MSSP. I'm not the first person to have a kid. You know, I'm not the first person to have car problems or have life happen. You know, and I won't be the last. So as long as we understand that, and you know, be there for each other, be good humans, you know, we'll do well. So, and I think the best quote that I saw in the Q&A today, and I'll see if we can leave us on, is, it really helps that your security team is friendly and likable. And you know, that, and you know, hope that everybody gets to experience that in their work, and the partners that they work with in their security team. And security team should not be someone that you're scared to go talk to, or you forgot your password, or you lost your laptop, or whatever, or you clicked on that phishing email and it wasn't a phishing campaign, it was an actual real phishing email, and you try to hide it. You know, let's develop that friendly, likable team. You know, it's engage with people, have empathy for the business, educate them, get them that awareness as we go through. Lastly, kind of just to summarize these opportunities, and we talked about it, of, you know, let's not chase contracts and money just to get it. You know, we need to do good. We need to provide services that deliver security. That just no more finger pointing or blaming. Let's try to stop that. You know, the gossip style, all of that stuff. Let's you know, develop a trusted environment, that vulnerable environment that our clients can come to us and talk to us, people we can share amongst ourselves. And then really just, you know, the kind of that self-aware, honest side of it. So I think that's it. And there are a few questions in the Q&A.
Yes, Mike, there are a few questions, but there's one I want to start with, if that's okay.
Yeah.
It's a question that comes from Oscar. Somehow we must have locked him down from submitting his question.
Oh.
He says, why you gotta throw shade with that nice steelhead?
Well, he started it when he texted me with a picture of his fish and this wonderful trip that he took with his wife, and said it so. And my wife told me when I sent her that picture, she has never seen me happier with that smile on my face. So
that's true. That's true. Hey, I like the last question on the list, and I'm sure you can get to all of these real quick, but so many gaps in how you work with clients. How do customers know who to choose, who to work with? There's such a mess. Who are we supposed to trust? I think I know the answer. I'm gonna let you go for it.
Well, yeah, that's that I don't know. That's, you know, obviously there's obvious answers to who do you trust. Oh, Alex, you moved it away too quickly. I want to read it. You know, FRSecure. Go to somebody that's agnostic. You know, I mentioned Rachel earlier. You know, look at LinkedIn, see what people are posting, look at, Oscar, I think said Twitter earlier, talking about that. Look at people that are out there. You can get a fairly accurate assumption of someone when they're talking to you about whether or not you can trust them. Really, it comes down to just listen. Listen to all the different pieces, have the questions. There's a lot of stuff out there about, what questions to ask. How are you maintaining logs? How do you guys provide this type of service? What do you do if there's an incident? Have you ever had an incident? I love that question. Have you ever had an incident you've had to remediate? Well, yes, every day we have an incident. Now, the level of that incident is a little bit different, but yes, there's an incident every day that's getting remediated, and that should be the answer. And what you got to get into is just start the conversation, start talking to people, and be honest about that. Here's our gaps. Here's what we're not doing. What should we prioritize? And FR, the whole Secure Studio, the S2Me, all of those pieces are probably where I would go first. Well, we do go first. I'll call Brad. I'll call Caleb. I'll call anybody in FR and ask them questions about, hey, we have this problem with this client. What do you guys suggest? Because we need to share.
Fantastic. Well, I always feel you trust who you build a relationship with, right? And you can tell who that is. And your transparency is so refreshing. We really appreciate your honesty, raw or not, on how you feel about things, either during the session or after. But that's what this industry needs. We need to hear the truth, and we need to know that we're all working together to solve those problems.
Yep, appreciate it.
Absolutely. Okay, so do you want to answer any of these other ones? People seem a little concerned about how many tools and technologies do we want to have in place? How do we make the right choice? Is there ever too many? Do you want to make a final comment on that?
Yeah, I don't think there's ever too many, honestly. It's really as much as your team and what you can support, or if you have an MSSP that you can provide. Layered approach, defense in depth, is always key. There might be one tool that doesn't, they got to work together. You can't open up exclusions for one tool that's going to allow an attacker to come in, but making sure that, everything kind of talks together and that the tools work. I mean, that's a key, is like, what tools do you work with, and do they fit? There's a couple of SIMs out there that we work with that, they don't work with everything. So it's, you got to find what works in your environment. How do you piece those tech tools together? And then kind of stitch it. And then, of course, talk to someone about it. What have they implemented?
Right.
How do we find these tools and get that training so we can find work with a company like yours? We've heard a little bit about that earlier. There's a lot of classes that you can get into. There's certain, we hire a lot of entry-level people that don't have a lot of experience, and the things that we look for are their community involvement, the clubs that they are participant in, the events that they have done. Can they talk the talk? And then, we back it up, and can they walk the talk as well? So, go get some Kali Linux, go, download some Nessus and scan your environment at home. Go learn how to do some JSON queries. There's tons of free training out there for, Splunk or IR tools or other stuff that's out there, all that open source. Google, just go Google and listen to, some of the FRSecure podcasts. Oscar talks about some of that stuff in the Hackle Box, and those guys would definitely share it. You can always reach out to us too. We'll tell you, or we'll put you in touch with some of our interns and some of our entry-level people that have come in and what benefited them and got them going here.
So Mike, we're going to wrap this up. Sure. And if you're okay, can anybody reach out to you directly if they have any questions after this?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay.
Michael at Ostra.net.
Michael@Ostra.net, and of course, everybody that'll be in your closing packet as well. So thank you, Mike. Again, great session. Really enjoyed hearing from you. Great way to end our day. Let's give Evan, Francine, just a couple of minutes to share some thoughts. And then please indulge me in 90 seconds of wrap up. I'm going to share who won the AirPods drawing and a couple of quick things that you're all going to want to hear about. So give us another 5 minutes or so, and we'll be done early today. Thank you again, Mike. Evan, are you there? I might have to knock on his door to get him because we're early. Okay, I'm back. Oscar or Evan, we can't hear you. Say something. Now we can.
Yeah, you can. You
Now
said 3:30. I got 3 minutes.
Oh, I worked so hard to stay on track today, and I'm 3 minutes early. And a half hour, actually.
And the people got it right. Bacon would have gotten me much earlier. I would have smelled it from where I was. All right. Good conference today. Honestly, all the way through, I learned a bunch of really cool things today, which was awesome. I mean, every single one, the message was consistent throughout. What are you smiling at, Renee? Did I say something?
Because I have a fish too, and it just went up on the screen. Thanks, marketing team.
You have a fish too? What are you talking about?
Well, they were arguing about fish earlier, so apparently we all have
All right.
the fish stories now.
All right. Well, it's
All right, let's get to the closing slide.
and Matthew, no, you're in the wrong time zone, man. No, really, I thoroughly enjoyed everything. Once in a while, I get pulled out to do some of the things, but there's a lot, there's a lot of things to think about today. I think the consistent messages that I heard were fundamentals, were basics. A lot of the same things we've been preaching, I think, for years. The challenge is, how do you break through the noise? How do you get people to really take responsibility for the things they are responsible for? We preach, you'll hear me say it all the time, your security is not my responsibility. I'm here to help you. I get paid to help you. I do the best job I can to help you, but at the end of the day, it's your responsibility. I can't secure your home for you, especially when you keep plugging in new things without telling me. So it's a huge challenge, but I think we're all in it. Most of us are in it for the right reasons. It's because we care. We kind of stand in this and take bullets for others. At sometimes we talk about CISOs who are held responsible for, things with security, when ultimately it's the leaders, it's the CEO of the business, it's the board of directors. And sometimes it even goes beyond that. I like simple. I think if there's one bit of advice I've learned that I've carried with me throughout the years, and you heard it here, you saw it weaved kind of throughout everything. Complexity is the worst enemy of security. Simple. Make things as simple as possible. When you take an asset inventory, if you've never done, it's funny, I just gave a talk last month to the FBI Super Con. Sounds really impressive. I don't know how impressive it was, but one of the things I was driving home was this theory of game, right? We're playing a game. We're losing. We're actually getting our asses kicked in a lot of different places. And I think there's a number of reasons for that. One of the reasons is most of us don't even know we're playing the game. I think we're ignorant. It's almost like the Matrix, red pill, blue pill. A lot of people are still, taking that blue pill. And we try to get there before the pain comes, right? It's nice when you can prevent things from happening before they happen. But human nature is sometimes we just have to feel the pain. in the simplest sense, when you look at what a CISO's job is, and most of the work that I'm doing today is with state government, trying to help them navigate some of the challenges, talk about, complexity. A CISO has two jobs when you boil it down in the simplest form. Job number one is to consult the business to make good risk decisions. There's a lot of stuff that goes into that, but that's job number one. The second job then is to implement those risk decisions to the best of my ability. The CISO's job is not to make risk decisions. And I think, we're still messed up in that in a lot of different places, but in the simplest form, I think that's our job. When you talk about risk management, not being able to protect the things I don't know I have, at some point you have to pause and you have to take inventory of what it is you have. The same theory applies at home. The same theory applies at work. It's just simple logic. And so that talk I was giving at SuperCon, everybody does this. Everybody nods their heads. They get it. You get it. You've heard this before. And that's not the issue. It's not like we're educating you on something you've never heard before. The frustration comes from because you're not doing it. And so in this conference, which happens, seriously, you could take the same talk I gave 20 years ago and just put it on a different slide deck and deliver it today, and it's the same talk. So we're still here. We're still doing the same things, but everybody was nodding their heads like you'd expect them to do. But I was frustrated, I think, a little bit more this day. So, and there were FBI agents. So I like picking on FBI agents. That's respectfully. They work their asses off. So I'm not, not disrespectfully. But there was one sitting in front who was nodding his head. And so I asked him, so I pointed out, so you get it. Asset inventory is really important. How many apps do you have on your phone right now? And it's like, well, what do you mean? I go, well, asset inventory is hardware, software, data. How many apps do you have on your phone? And he was caught by surprise. He said, well, I don't know, maybe 50. I said, well, let's check. And it turned out he had 376 apps. I said, how can you possibly secure 376 apps, especially when you don't even know you have them? And then, to give him an out, right? I mean, but that made the point. We talk about it all day long. I think some of us maybe are allergic to that work part. Like, really, we got to figure this. It doesn't cost money. There are lots of free tools you can use. You can hire interns to go around with a clipboard and take an asset inventory. But then I had to come clean. I said, honestly, I didn't know how many apps I had on my phone myself, 20 years, 30 years into this industry, until I prepared for this talk. And it turned out I had 71. So the point is, we all know it. We all know the basics. We know roles and responsibilities have to be defined. If I have any chance of, just like a game, I thought Joe did a great job when, Joe from the Secret Service did a great job when he explained and used the game analogy to coaching. When you play a game, especially out on the field, everybody has a role. Everybody is out there for a reason. They need to fulfill that role if you have any chance of winning the game. You have a game plan. The right players are in the right place, in the right places. Now you can have the most skilled player in the world, right? The most elite hacker. And I almost was going to say some names, but I'm not. Who don't play well with others, so they're not good for our game. So it's not a skill thing. We have skills. We have lots of people with lots of skills. What we lack is playing together, understanding my role in this game, and then playing that role. Whether I like it or not, it's my role, so I play it. So we all know this stuff. So roles and responsibilities, and then doing the asset inventory, and then certainly breaking it down from there. So we know it. I think it's just, we got to figure out ways to do it. We have to figure out ways still to speak the language of the people who aren't in our tribe. When I talk to my own family about what I do for a living, they'll look at me like I'm crazy. Well, I am crazy, but I mean, that other kind of crazy. So we got a lot of work to do. I'm hopeful. I do think, I started off today telling you that we were losing the game, which is true. I'm not going to lie to you. But I also said I think we can win the game, and we can. It's going to take work. It takes a strategy. It takes us working together. What we don't need in most cases are more tools, more complexity. I don't need to add more to my life to secure my life better. My life is pretty much fine the way it is. I have a dumb home, and I have a dumb home on purpose. You know, my home is, I have no IoT. I don't want IoT at home. Why would I? It's just one more thing I have to figure out how I'm going to secure. So anyway, great talk. I loved every single bit. It's crazy because so many people that gave talks today are just naturals. They're just really good at giving talks. You know, one that stands out, you know, certainly Mike, Pinky Thompson from, you know, Team Ambush and FRSecure. I thought that talk was just amazing. Oscar's always one of my favorites. The Lockton piece, man, I learned so much about what insurance companies are actually requiring now. As a security person, we were sort of warning insurance companies that they were going to need to do this, that their 9-10 questionnaire wasn't going to be sufficient to underwrite risk. And now they're seeing it. So that's cool. I think there's, you know, that's another thing that's hopeful for us. But great talk, great day. Thanks so much for coming. Look forward to hopefully meeting some of you in person someday.
Evan, thank you. I can't, you know what? Everybody's been awesome. Everybody's given us all their time today, right? Not to mention the speakers, but everybody who's actually still on and who's been on all day with us. First, thank you just has to go to you, Evan, for your passion and vision to fix the broken industry. We love you and we are happy to be part of it with you.
Thank you. Love you too.
Yeah. So we have a couple of quick things. I swear 90 seconds and I won't go over. We have a couple of winners on the AirPods. And I think what you guys had to do besides be lucky is help spread the word about our event. And the winners are Michael Seduth and hopefully I said that right. And Travis Oyen. Hopefully you're still online and you can do a couple of woots for yourselves, but you will hear from us on how to claim these and we'll get those to you right away. So congratulations to you guys. I want to just really say thank you. Part of our mission here at FRSecure is to give you the resources and education opportunities wherever and whenever we can. So we hope that this venue worked well for you as well. A quick shout out to our chat moderators across the board, whether you're with FRSecure or not, a lot of people behind the scenes. The FRSecure marketing team, especially, not just for being behind the scenes today, but they worked many hours prior to this, pulling together the event, the content, the speakers, and we really hope that we nailed it for you. That means you, Ariel and Alex, Brandon, Nick, Andy, you guys are awesome. Everybody would also at FRSecure want to thank our guest speakers. So Joe Scargill, Aaron Brown, Tony Lambert, Amanda, Sonu, Shankar, Tim Smit for joining us, giving us great insights, Mike, as well as our own team, right? Mike Thompson, Pinky, our incident case manager, Oscar, our director of tech services, and of course, the sponsors you see on the screen too, at Red Canary, Mental Health Hackers, Lockton, Arctic Wolf, and Ostra. Seriously hope you all have an excellent evening. You will get a summary link with all the info, including the CPA credits. Will happen tomorrow. So please be patient while the team pulls together everything that you've been asking about and that we've been talking about, and you'll see something in email tomorrow. So give us some feedback and have a great night. Bye, y'all.